welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and welcome to a brand new series on Pallegney. We are in this lovely little French town here. We're going to be starting with the start farm on here. I'm really intrigued by the setup around here and everything. We are going to spend this first episode though reconfiguring things. And in fact, I should go through our settings quickly before we get started. So for this series, we're going to be working with normal economic difficulty. We've got the traffic on, we've got seasonal growth on. We are going to bump everything up to 2 days. We will skip the second day if we find we don't have anything to do. We've got no fixed visual month. We've got snow on. We've got crop destruction on. We're going to turn on periodic plowing. Fieldstone is on. Lime is on. Weeds are on. Disaster is on, and we're running the realistic weather on here, so disasters could be even bigger for hampering us. We've got automatic engine off, stop go braking is on, trailer fill limit will be on, and fuel usage is at normal. We will turn off the AI workers buying stuff because we don't want any of that. And yeah, so that is the setting we got on here. I have started this start from scratch with the base farm, and we are starting with 100,000 in the bank, but that isn't going to get us very far, and I do want to rework the farm a little bit. I want to change some of the equipment, and I want to change some of the fields we've got. So I think we're going to need a telehandler on here. I want to do cows, so we need to get some cows in. I want a telehandler to effectively work those. So I think the first thing we're going to do is try and load up the class here. And I think I'm going to replace this with something else and see if we've got enough money left over for a telehandler. So let's start up this piece of kit. We will connect up the weight at the back and lift that up. Then going to move forwards, connect this up and connect that up. Yeah, I think a telehandler on here is going to be incredibly useful. I'm actually going to stick this in the back of the our truck here, and we'll take that down to the shop in there, because there's a set of forks over here we need to take as well that are quite difficult in here. I mean, this is tight in here. Now, this is a pallet storage, and I will be using this. And I should mention that the aim of my series here is basically to be to set up the stuff for a nice little French cafe. So I want to make cheese on here of all different types. So we want to make some mozzarella. We want to make some goat cheese, and we want to make some regular cheese along with butter and things like that. I also would like to make bread. And finally, I want to make wine, or as it is in Farming Simulator, grape juice. Where are we headed? We are headed, I think... Where is the shop? The shop is down by field 126, I think. I did do a map tour, but yes, we want to turn right out of the building here and head down to there. So let's do that. And see if we can't get this tractor sold. Now, this tractor is really lovely and really useful, but it's worth about 100,000, and I think we have something available to us in the shop to replace it with that is about a quarter of the price and about the same horsepower. So that should be really useful to us right from the get-go. We do have a little bit of time on this. I don't know how old this tractor is, because I know some of the tractors in this farm did have some age to them, and my idea very much is to get ourselves, as I said, set up today, and we'll probably spend the second episode in this day in August as well. Right, here is our shop. So where is the area to work this? Oh, the workshop is inside the shed, isn't it? So let's head around here. We will get this into the shed here. Yeah, there it is. Services around here. So bring this in here. Right, and then we'll see what state this is in. So everything actually is in pretty good condition. We will sell all of this off, including the weight. So yeah, everything is fine. So sell, yes, okay, sell that, yes, sell that, yes, and sell that, yes. That takes us up to 219. And if we head into the shop, I think it's actually inside the showroom in here. Yep, there we go. We are going to buy something from the sales. Because as I was checking things out, we have a John Deere 7810 here with only 15 hours on it. 175 horsepower is more than enough to run our farm. So we'll put the standard Michelin wheels on here. Lots of wheel options on this. I absolutely love this tractor. We're not going to put a front loader attacher on it. We are going to select somebody for the number plate. And congratulations to Leinster Farmer. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. Thank you for your support. And I'm going to go with Leinster Farmer on here. So basically taking out the vowels, and we will go okay. So that is good on the front and good on the back. So let's buy this. We have got the financing mod on here. So if we do need to buy something and finance with it, we can. But we have enough money, 38,100 to do this. Okay. And also, I don't think we currently have a mulcher on the farm. And this is a really good mulcher for this. It does require 210 horsepower. So actually, no, I'm going to leave that. What I do want to look at is the price of a telehandler. And for this map, I think we're going to go and use the Senebogen. So this is 145,000. And I really wanted to use this for quite a while. So we're going to get this little machine. We need to select somebody for this number plate as well. And congratulations to Farmer J. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And your name is going on the number plate for the telehandler. So we'll okay that. And that is on the back there and on the front there. There we go. Right, so we will buy that as well. Yes, and that leaves us with 36,000, but we should be all right. And we do need 2 bits of kit for this. We need a Magicai pallet fork, so we're going to buy that. And we need a Magicai Bale fork as well, so we will buy that. And there we go. So our 2 new pieces of kit are over here. We will get these back one at a time. So I'm going to take this back first. We can then drive down here in our little truck and get the other bits. What I want to do, though, is see if we can get both of these bits back first or together. So I'm going to see if we can load these up on top of each other and get them back. I'm hoping that that should be the case. So just bring this around here, carry them up onto forks like so. Yeah, that hopefully should go onto there. Drop that and back it off. Yep, that's sitting on the forks. So if I'm very careful when I pick this up now, I should be able to get all of this back to the farm with very little trouble. Oh, look at that. Right, let's get this back to the farm. We'll grab the truck and we'll head back down. Back down at the farmyard. Everything has safely stayed on the front, which is very good news. Although it has moved about a little bit, it's not been the safest of journeys. We will just plonk that down there like so. It's done pretty well. I'm very, very happy with that. So I'm going to leave my forks over here. Attach those. And yeah, this is my first time using this telehandler. I've used the Merlot an awful lot since FS25's launch. And the Centerbogen is one of those which I've wanted to use for a while. We will put this where the class tractor was, and we'll head back up to the shop in our truck over here. So back to the shop in the truck, and we're gonna just drive this in and sell off these. Now we should have follow me on here, so I think this truck will be able to follow my tractor back. Bring this in here, and then we want to sell those. There we go, all nicely done. And while we're here, actually, we'll change the number plate on our truck as well. And congratulations to Growler Farming 86. I have gone with a Growler from 86 on the number plate for you. Thank you very much for your support. We will okay that, and there it is on the front there. It's fun fitting some of these names into these number plates. And then, yeah, there it is on our truck. So we'll start this up, reverse this out, and take this up behind the John Deere. In fact, I need to check on our John Deere exactly whether it needs any kind of repairs, because if it does, we are probably going to need to drop that in quickly. Oh, it's not too bad, but I think in the interest of making sure that everything is fully functional, we're going to head over and get this done. Now, this is probably my favorite shape of John Deere. I absolutely love this 7810, and I'm very, very pleased to have it on the farm. Let's repair that. We're not going to repaint. Repair was not that expensive, which is great news. So yeah, let's get these two following each other and heading back to the farm. We're probably going to have to come back up here later to get something for the cows, but I want to get basically some feed for cows before we start getting the cows actually here. So follow me on. That seems to be working. Yep, we have someone behind the wheel. Let's head back to the farm. So this covers the initial upgrades that I wanted to do around here. This tractor should be more than capable of handling pretty much all of the equipment that we have around here. And of course, it has given us an extra, 62,000-ish to play with. So yeah, very, very happy with that. I do want to hook it up to the baler, because the baler has an interesting little quirk on this map, and I've decided to keep with it to see what happens. If it causes me a lot of problems and is going to cost me a fortune to fix this, I am going to just I'll just get the money back in. But I just wanted to show you guys something before I went and corrected this fault, just to see how much exactly it would cost to fix this. So this baler here has a 1600% wear on it. It is very, very, very broken. You can see our repair indicator at the bottom right of the screen. That is showing a very, very deep black, and that is purely because of this baler. I'll show you as soon as I've parked it into here, into our repair bay. Turn all this off, and let's just go turn the lights off on this as well. There we go. So if we head into the repair bay, and those of you who are playing this map and can't find the repair bay on here, it's in this little blue door here. Really, really love this. So if we have a look in here, yeah, look at this. So that doesn't really show it there, but if I come over here and highlight the information, it's now showing damage at 100%. When I first came in, it was showing damage at 1600. So we'll get that repaired. 5,509. So not cheap, but yeah, I kind of do like the fact that it starts with a broken baler. And in fact, we can customize this as well and get the number plate done on that. So let's do that while we're here. And congratulations to Jason Hodge. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And yeah, we're going to go with Jason HDGE. So just dropping the O out, almost fit your name on there. But yeah, congratulations to you. So okay, that and check. And that is on the back there. Right, so let's start this up again, connect up the baler and get it out the way, and that has given us a really good start. So we're going to need some more grass making equipment. We don't have a tedder and we don't have a windrower at the moment, but I'm keeping my eye out on the shop because obviously I would prefer to grab those cheaper if I can, and we only have 27,000 left. And let's just maneuver this back in here. This is quite tight. I like this yard a lot. There's a lot of tight maneuvering to get things where you want to. And yeah, that's pretty cool. We've now got 2 John Deere tractors on here. 2 classic John Deere tractors on here. Which is very nice. So we'll undo that there and turn that off. We're probably going to want to get another front weight at some point. But with that done, that's kind of all the reconfiguration I want to do for the equipment right now. Now I want to turn my attention to the farm itself. And one of the issues I have with this farm is that everything is very disjointed. We've got field 25 over here, which we need to go and deal with in a minute. We've got field 9 over here. We've got field 90 and 92 over here, and I think that might be it unless there's anything sort of disconnected anywhere else. Oh yeah, and we've got 21 and 19 over this side here. Ideally, I want to pick up 32 and 33. 28 would be good. Sort of centralize my farm a little bit. These 2 fields over here are tiny and are not worth a huge amount. Now, there is harvest available in these fields, but I don't think it's right for me to go and harvest these fields and immediately sell them after harvest. So what I am going to do is we are going to sell that field there, and we're going to sell that field there. That gives us about an extra 50-odd thousand. We need 98,000 to buy 32, which I want to get. So I'm also going to sell farmland 9 over here as well. And that then gives me enough to buy that farmland here. Now, grass-wise, field 88 is worth 168,000. This field here is worth 61. This is worth 49. So, yeah, we would have enough if we sell that field there and sell that field there. Then that is nicely connected over this way. So we will buy that, yes. And that gives us a nice big grass field over here. And then we're kind of left with about 40,000. But we've got field 25 down here. And I think we need to go and deal with that next. I would like to sell that off. The only way I can sell that off is if we go and deal with the crop that's currently in it. And for that, we're going to have to use the Senebogen, because when I say crop, it's a harvested field of bales. They are ours. They will remain ours even if I was to go and sell the field. So while I own the field, I want to pick them up. Let's see if we can actually connect up to this. So that's what we're going to go and do. And then it'll allow us to rework ourselves a bit closer. Now, we don't have a loan on here at the moment. The idea would be any loan we get has to be paid off before the end of this series. So we can borrow money, but if I borrow an excessive amount, it's going to be harder to finish things off. So ideally, we'll do this without getting any loans. But if I need to, for any reason, then we will have to do it. For now, we should be all right. And yeah, we're actually going to keep these bales, and I am going to use the pallet storage and the bale storage because the way it's integrated into this farm is absolutely brilliant. So here's the field we're after. It's just here on the right. I think I can get in, and yeah, you can see here this is harvested with a whole pile of bales already on it. Just gonna pull over here, get a nice straight trailer. Quite a bumpy field, actually. Very interesting, that. So I'm hoping, having put this across the slope here, that loading this up might be easier, although my telehandler is having fun. Sort of holding its position on the slope. Let's back that out of there. There we go. Don't know how many bales we've got on here. It's not that many, actually. And we've got a few, but not a massive amount. Should be enough to get us started with our cows. Yeah, that is going to be something that we do next month, I think. We need to get something to, as I said, we need something to do tedding. We need something to do windrowing. And actually, we're going to have to get a bale wrapper as well. So, there's a few things we need to buy. And we may not be able to buy another field. Whoa! Now that was impressive. This thing spins around very fast. But yeah, we may have to either finance those items or not buy another field. And I'd rather that I ended up with as many fields or as much land as I started with than I ended up with any issues. Okay, this is going to have to be fast. We're just going to drive straight in and grab both of these because they're going to move. Otherwise, yeah, look at that. Right, and then slowly turn VF so that you can get a nice, easy load onto here. But yeah, with so few bales, I'm not too worried about how well I load onto here, just so long as I'm careful and I don't push the bales off the other side. Like that. That is how I want to load these on. And they've actually moved together, which is even better. And we can strap the first 4 down. I think once I've collected these two, we're going to take the trailer up the top end of the field and get the rest loaded up. That way I'm giving myself a shorter distance to maneuver and get myself. So there we go. I'm just trying to work out if I can cut the grass sooner rather than later. I can probably still get 2 cuts in this year, but it would mean delaying the harvest a little bit. Now, I think we should be all right. I think we can probably harvest in September with the crops that we've got. So that should be good. We're probably going to have to lease a harvester for later because the field I want to get is 33. Now, 33 costs 188,000. So we're only going to get 62 from this. So we're not going to get enough for this anyway to do this. And yeah, we may end up rebuying 21 or 19 or something a little bit closer. I don't know what. Oh yeah, we've got various we've got the bakery over there, which we are going to have to buy at some point. But yeah, we may have to hold off. I know both of these are animal pastures, 87 and 86. That there is the, I don't know what that is, that production. We'll have to check that. But yeah, it looks like the other field I want to buy, which is 33, is a little bit out of our price range at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to look at what's available to us. But we've got 3 good fields and a good grass field over there. There's quite a bit that we can do and work around here. It's a little bit of an odd situation reconfiguring the farm this early on. Coming up to the top end of the field, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bales left. Should fit all of those onto the trailer without too much hassle. And we'll take the ones at the top end here that are kind of in my way at the moment. We'll get those first. And it looks like it's going to be, yeah, total of 3 each side, which is going to slow things down a little bit. Bring this in carefully. Try not to... If you scrape it along the floor, you lose control of the telehandler. So I tend to try and get it so they're at slightly different angles between them. And then if I'm lined up with the trailer, what I can then do is just put both of them on the ground like this. You can then see that they were a little uneven. We're then able to come in nice and even, and that just makes it so much easier to unload. And I'm going to reach across the trailer with these two so that I don't have to go round the other side and load up with the next two. And with these two going on there, there is just about enough space for 1 bale on the end. How's that going? That... There one there? Is that going through the bale? There we are. Yeah, it's going through the bale, so I can't see it, but it is actually locked down. Last bale. Grab that there. And we'll maneuver ourselves around. Yeah, this fits nicely on this trailer. And in. There we go. All done. Right, so yeah, we want to keep these bales, I think. And then we want to get this back to the farm. We will get everything unloaded and into the store, and then we can get this field sold, because this is a little bit disconnected from our farm. So back to our farm, into our fairly tight little road, actually, down to the actual yard itself. Thankfully, nothing on here requires particularly big machinery. It's all smaller stuff, which is great news. Now, is that a bale storage point over here? Multifunction shed, total capacity. What? Because this here might be a bale shed, and this here might be a bale shed as well. I've just noticed another front load tool. What do we got here? This is bale and pallet storage. So this should be... But I think we have to unload them into the top. That would be very, very cool. I will be very happy if that's how we load bales into there. But we seem to have a couple of multifunction sheds. So I'm going to try and load this into the shed over here and see how this works. So let's bring these to here. We will undo all of the belts holding the bales on. We'll grab a couple of bales off here. We'll try and put them up the top. I've missed. Oh wow, that's why. I was very low. Let's try it with 1 bale, because we know we've got extra bales on here. Let's try 1 bale up the top here. That would be very cool. Put that there. Yes, look at that. Into the bale storage. That is absolutely awesome. So I am going to get all of this unloaded up the top. And yeah, this is why I wanted the telehandler, because we have the extra reach with this that is going to make things so much easier. I absolutely love stuff like this that's integrated into maps. It just gives everything that little bit more life and a little bit more character to it. Mixes the functionality with the detail and is just absolutely amazing. Last bale, we'll grab this and take it out. That has been pretty productive, to be honest. I am very, very pleased that we've got all that sorted. That's the last bit that we needed to get done to reconfigure our farm. I think, yeah, this needs to go back in the other shed, so we'll go and maneuver that, and we can then go and we can then go and sell that field, and we'll see where we are. But I think I'm actually probably going to hold on to that money, and we should be able then to get everything sorted. Yeah, we own both these fields, which is good. They're not huge fields, but we do own both of them, so that is going to be a nice little bit of money coming in. We do have some chickens kicking around already, so I need to make sure they are all fed before the end of today. And yeah, if we can get grass working tools, then I think we want to cut the grass sooner rather than later, and get that side of things running. So as we run into September, we can get our fields harvested, and we can start looking at what we're going to plant next year and what will best suit us for us getting our ultimate aim of getting a vineyard set up on here as well. So I'm going to put this back actually where my truck was before. I mean, my house is just over here, but I think it probably bears to have this in here. I was considering getting a little flatbed, but I don't think we need to. Let's turn that off. There we go. And yeah, we can probably park the truck somewhere else. I don't know if this middle section here is actually used. We've got a shed here. We've got, oh, this is the chicken area around here. So yeah, I think our truck can probably park in the middle there, because actual entrance to the front road is out there. Yeah, so we'll do that. What have we got here? Oh yeah, this is our little dairy area. Probably show this, because this is where we are going to be creating all of our cheese and everything. It's in this little shed over this way here somewhere. I think it might be in this shed here. This it? No, that's our storage. Ah, it's this little shed over here, I think. Nope, not that one either. Where is our shed? It's we have a bakery. Oh no, this is this. It's this building here, where we've got a tip point here, and this is the farm cheeses, and everything is in here. And in fact, that takes you through to the front of the shop, which I love this. I love that this is built in. It's absolutely wonderful. What I do need to do is deactivate all of this. So deactivate all of that, like so. And there we are. So that is all set up and raring to go. We are in a position now where I think we're actually ready to get started. We will check the calendar quickly. So what are we going to be doing next time? Is there anything that needs to be harvested that we have? So we have, oh, we do have canola. So we're going to have to harvest our field of canola next time. Let's see here. We have got a field of canola, we've got a field of wheat, and we've got a field of oats to work. So canola needs harvesting today, wheat needs harvesting today, and oats needs harvesting today. So yeah, next time we're going to be harvesting all of our fields. It looks like we're not going to get that grass cut in. We're continuing on from where we left off last time. We are going to get the harvester running. We've got 3 fields that need cutting before the end of today, 31, 103 and 32. So I'm just going to grab the header and pull it out over here. We'll start with this field here. I've got this the 7810 here out. I don't know whether I actually want to run the other tractor on the carting, but I have an idea for the other tractor. We really could do with cutting the grass today as well. So I'm half tempted to get a hired worker out doing that job. We've got a trailer in this shed over here. So we'll back this up and get this hooked up as well. But yeah, we should be able to get through the 3 fields in the rest of today. And then if we do have time, we'll go and get the grass cut. If we can cut the grass today, that does mean we'd get 2 more cuts before the end of the year, which would be really good. And we could make silage bales actually out of the grass that we've got available to us at the moment. Right, so there's our tractor done, and we will jump into the combine. Should be able to get this unfolded and sorted fairly quickly. So unfold that, bring it away from the shed so that we don't hit the side, and round. Yeah, that's pretty good positioning, I think. So this is a decent sized combine for the fields that we start with on here. I really do like the starting equipment on this map. It is quite a good set of starting equipment you get on here. I want to reverse around the other way because we want to keep the auger into the field. We're gonna get the straw off this. We've got canola in our further field, so that won't give us any straw. But this field here is wheat, and field 32 is oats. So all 3 of these fields, or both of these fields, sorry, should give us a nice amount of straw off them. And I've not actually set us up to run with GPS on here, so let's do that quickly. I was just gonna run around it, but oh wow, no. Work direction, I think we want to do, that's not a bad work direction, but I think if we go back a little bit, we can probably get this to go at an angle that's a little bit more suitable to this field. One more, there. Oh, look at that. No, we've got to go the other way. There, we will go at 0. Right, okay, that. And away we go. Yeah, this is a really weird shaped field. Now, I said I wanted to create straw off here, but I've had the shredder on the whole way around this headland so far. So now I need to switch that so that hopefully we should get some straw, or a straw swath out the back of this now. Sometimes farms do shred the headlands and just do straw on the main body of the field, but this field is so small and we've got so little on here. I think it's probably wise for us to do the headlands as well as the main part of the field. That's our field of canola. That actually is a bigger field than I thought it was. That's really good news. We're going to get more canola off there than I thought I was going to get. This field here is not particularly big, and neither is well, field 32. That's weird. Field 31 and field 32 are about the same size. Field 32 looks smaller than field 31. That's really interesting. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Comparing those 2 fields, I thought that field 31 was much bigger than 32. What I am pleased to see though is that there is a dirt track from our farm down to 31. I thought that there wasn't one there, so that's good. Easy access to everything, and this is what I was talking about last time in having my farm all connected. I really want to be able to get to all my fields without having to drive on the main road. It makes me feel like I have a connected farm, because that's the kind of farm I grew up on. So the fact that so far all of our fields are connected is great, although I have a feeling we're going to have to put a new road in down the edge of 32 in order to connect our grass field into the farm. First headland done, so I'm now going to spin around. I'll get the auger out. Not that I'm particularly expecting to have to empty this combine anytime soon. We are only 25% full off that first headland. So, yeah, it's gonna be a while before we have a full combine. Still, this is going pretty well. I'm looking at getting through this field quickly, which is what we want to do, because this is the smallest of the 3 fields that we have to do today. I messed up a little bit in this corner. I didn't quite go round as fast as I needed to, so I'm gonna have to back this up, come back and sort this out. Yeah, look, we've got a whole area there that just hasn't been touched. We'll bring this in and we'll do this along here. It's going to give us a little bit of area that we're probably going to have a new straw swath for. This is a very awkwardly shaped field. I think ultimately this is probably a field that I'd want to turn into grass. It's not quite the right shape for me to get a vineyard in here. I mean, it'd be nice to have the vineyard right close to the house, but I don't know, actually. We might be able to get some vines in here. We'll have a look at it a bit later on. But where we're going to place the vineyard is going to be really, really important on here. And getting that right is going to shape things going forwards. 1, 2, 3, and we'll cut in on the 4th. So I'm just trying to work out where my best place to get all of that sorted is. And now I can turn off my lines because I know roughly where I'm going to be doing my cuttings. And yeah, we don't need the visible GPS anymore. We can just crack on with this. We've finally hit half full as we're coming to the end of our first cut-in. So yeah, we're gonna get not even a full tank of wheat off here. That will be enough to keep us going for a while. Of our 3 crops, this is the crop actually that is going straight into the chickens. We don't really have much choice on that. Right, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, look at these. These are quite close together, these rows. So I'm going to just clean things off on this bit. This is a very odd field. And I think vines might be the best thing for it long term. Just doesn't seem to be a field that fits a harvesting shape very easily. And yeah, I think vines, maybe vines and grass might be a good mix for it. Or maybe working some of field 31 into it might help as well. We're only 2/3 full, and we've got this area here and a small area sort of over that way to do. So it looks like we're not going to get much more than about 6,000 litres off this field. So very small field, not a huge amount that this wheat is worth. And as I said, pretty much immediately I'm going to go and tip as much of this as it will take into the chicken feed, which is really all that we've got of this field. So I think this field is probably our best bet for us to get a the vine set, and then we'll have a look at it and see whether there's a way we can incorporate any of it into field 31 as well. Let's turn off that. We've got rain on the way. This could be disastrous. I'm really hoping that rain isn't for a while, because that is going to be a huge problem if we have rain gonna hit during this harvest. It could cause us to actually lose crop. Let's have a look. 8 o'clock this evening, and it's a short shower. We're all right at the moment, but yeah, that could be bad. Also, we're in for a rocky October and November, although I think we're probably going to end up skipping most of the winter on here, because I really don't see there being much for us to do. So let's go get this tipped, get the chickens fed, because at the moment I don't think they have any feed at all. And then we can crack on with the next field and get the canola cut. Our area or our storage area is here and actually goes across to the shed on the other side. So let's tip this, and then I'll show you guys exactly where this goes to. So this fits into here. This goes over into here, into this shed, and we've got 3 storage bins. So really, we've got space for 3 crops on here, which is very nice. I've put the wheat into there for now because, well, I know where the chickens have to take their feed, but I want to go and sort that separately in a bit. I really want to get this harvest out as quickly as possible. I can feed the chickens pretty much at my leisure, whereas we are now in a rush against the rain. We've got less than 6 hours to get these fields cut. So there will be no going into the evening. It is all gonna have to be done before the rain comes at 8 p.m. So yeah, let's get in here, and now we're gonna go and get this canola cut and get this in as well. Interestingly, my GPS is not detecting this field. It is there. I am on it. There we go. That was a little bit weird. It just didn't detect it for a minute. And until I went in there and basically reset it, it had a problem. Turning these fields around quickly is going to be crucial on here. I think that we have barley. Yeah, so September and October is our planting window for the wheat and the barley. So we want to get the wheat in next month, get it in as early as possible, make sure it's ready for us to harvest next year as early as possible. I think we will probably put the barley in, or sorry, the wheat in on this field here. That way we can maximize how much we're going to get. Plus, this field here is one of our bigger fields, so absolutely perfect for our output for the second year. The canola, I don't know if we'll do canola year 2. I'm kind of tempted to go sunflowers. Sunflower oil seems to be a better thing for what we're doing on here. I mean, olive oil would be a really good thing for us to do on here, but doing both grapes and olives, I think, is going to be a little bit of a push. All of that equipment is very expensive, and as it is, we're going to have fun at getting the grape harvester. Although it may be one of those things that we either have to lease for the period of harvesting, or that we end up getting a hire purchase and financing it. But we will see. We'll see how we go. We certainly want wheat, and I'm very much thinking that sorghum is a good way for us to go for the chickens. I have some testing to do because I've been told that feeding your chicken sorghum is really effective. Increases your egg production. So I've got to work out whether it's just whether it's actually something that's worth doing. Sorghum, of course, sells for more money than wheat. So I want to see if putting the same amount of sorghum in, or the same value of sorghum in as wheat, produces a greater value of eggs or not. So the headlands haven't been bad at all. We are about a third full, so we might actually get an entire tank of the combine on here. Now, thing to remember is canola takes up a lot less space. We get a lot more value from every 1,000 liters of canola. I missed a small section there, so we'll just grab that. But yeah, so I'm not expecting such a high yield. This though is turning out quite well. I'm gonna split my field down the middle here and we'll work our way out. But yeah, this seems to be or it seems like we're gonna produce a decent amount of canola off this field. Probably if it's a full tank's worth, we're gonna be worth maybe up to 10 grand from this. So we'll see how we go. And that looks like the perfect place to actually divide this field. We've got a small section left over this side here with that bit there, and then the rest of that is quite large. So I'm pleased with that. That has actually worked out quite well for me. Tank is half full, and that's good progress. We've got a big chunk of field left, so we're still on track for a tank full of canola off here. I think that would be about a tank and a half of wheat, I think. So yeah, it gives you a good idea. I look at field 103 and I do think I'm probably gonna have to do something different with that to make it work. It is such a small field that we need to maximize the money it makes. And looking at this, yeah, it's the way it's set up at the moment doesn't work for me. Gonna head up the top here. I think we've only got one row to go here, so we'll spin right round and in. Yeah, it is a single row. We'll make sure we get all of this, or at least as much of this as we can. Yeah, that's what I thought. Left a little bit. We'll position ourselves there. In and get the rest of this. That is looking well. And yeah, we're going to be at about 60% maybe by the time we've got this side of the field finished. That just leaves 40% on the other side, which I do think is doable, although it might be a little bit closer than I originally thought. 3 rows into cutting into this side of the field, and I'm now at 70% full. It's actually going really well. It's only just gone 25 to 4 in the afternoon. We've knocked out most of this field. We've knocked out all of field 103, and we've just got the one last field to go after this. I am hopeful that we might actually be able to get some grass cut today as well, and end up with a position that I hadn't expected to be in. So we will see how we do. Last long strip and we've passed 80% full. Yeah, this is really good. We could be approaching 90 by the end of this row. I don't think we're actually going to hit 90 looking at this. In fact, I think it's going to be much closer to 85, but that makes me very, very happy. Oh, as I'm sitting here going through this field, I'm working through the stuff that we've got to do in the future on here, and one of the things that is definitely striking me at the moment is that we are going to need to borrow some money. I don't see how we can set up the vineyard without borrowing some money. The fields on here just aren't going to produce enough this year. I'm also looking at the shapes of field 33, field 31 and field 103, and kind of going, I know how I will rework these fields in order to make them make sense to me. The way they're shaped at the moment isn't great. So I think once we actually have the money to buy field 33, we're gonna find it comes fairly quickly for us to be able to clear things up and get things finished. Oh, look at this. We are not gonna hit 100% full, I don't think. There's not enough in this corner. We've only got a tiny little bit to go, but I think our combine is going to be 90% complete, or 90% full, or at least verging on it. We're at 88%. We've got a little bit left in that corner there, but that's still a decent amount up here. That's still 7,116 liters we've got, and we've got just this little section left over here. I don't think the field configuration that we started with on here would have produced us any more than this, but is that everything? That is everything. So we'll turn that off and we will go and get this emptied. So auger out, and we'll just hop across the fields to get that. And there's an equipment trailer on sale, but I don't think we need that. We'll empty this out, and yeah, I did, as you probably guessed, tip the wheat in the wrong place. I had meant to tip it in the chickens, and then kind of panicked a little bit with that weather coming in and tipped it in the wrong place. So we might go and just rectify that a little bit before we continue. It has only just gone 4 o'clock, so we've got plenty of time yet to sort things. In fact, I think the best thing for me to do would be to go and get the hired worker starting on this next field, and we'll go and sort that out. And we might go and start getting the grass cut. So start this up. We want to start this with a hired worker, AI worker. Yep, that is all good. So take this into this corner a little bit and set that going. That will reposition itself a little bit, decide which way it's going to go around the field, which is that way, and we'll go and sort our tractor out. So if we pull into here this way, I can immediately tip this here, and then we can come under the other spout and empty all the canola in. Right, let's get the wheat out and get this done. I was thinking, oh, I'll just use the bucket to do this, but we don't have a bucket on the farm. We've only got the bale spike and the bale spike and the pallet forks. So yeah, we need to get this sorted. We still need to get cows, but as I said, we can't do that until we've actually got feed. We bring this around here like so. Oh, this is tight. This is very tight. But we're in. I have to pull this out and back it back in again. Yep. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Didn't hit the edge at all. I'm very pleased with that maneuvering. That worked well. Downside is this shed is not tall enough to actually tip the wheat. Oh, in fact, I think they're full. Yeah, they're full. They only take 750 liters. Yeah, we do need to get a bucket then. In order to feed the chickens, I think a bucket is going to be very necessary. You can't tip the trailer in the shed very easily, and they only take 750 liters. So it's not a massive amount that our chickens need feeding. So let's start up this tractor then and see if we can get this doing some mowing. Yeah, there we go. Lift up the front weight. This is connected to the implement at the back. Disconnect that. That's our planter or our seeder. We'll actually probably use the 7810 for that work. We'll attach this, lift it up, Fold it down. There we go. And is there a way I can get to the grass field from here? No, I think my cow yard. Oh no, there is a roadway down the end here. I think though, yeah, this only goes as far as here, and then the grass. Then oh yeah, look at this. The cow field gets in the way, but we might be able to get a road down the edge of this field here to get us down this way, round here, and connect this up. So a little bit of reworking there, and then this tractor we're gonna leave with the hired worker cutting this grass field. And when this combine gets to the end of this headland, we will take it off the hired worker. We've got 28% full on oats already though. That is really good. Let's set ourselves up. We're going steering assist with automatic. Okay. I'm hoping that that is the same way as the... Yeah, that's the same way as the hired worker was going. That's good news. We want to turn right round then. And go the other way. And yeah, getting that grass cut today, that is going to be a huge boon to us. That grass field, I'm looking at that and kind of going, I want that to be an arable field. I think we might turn that round, get an arable field out of that next year. Maybe move oats into that next year and rework our fields around here. Now, as I said, 103 would make a great grass field for us, and maybe 31 would make a good vineyard. I think there's a lot to look at. I think the oats are most definitely going to be one of our crops on here. We are at 53% full on this combine after the headlands. We're looking at getting a very nice amount of oats off here, and oats pay well as well. So yeah, I think oats are going to be one of the crops we do. Wheat is almost certainly going to be a crop that we do. And then yeah, I'm very much feeling like I want to branch out a little bit. Maybe get a different header and do some sunflowers on here. I think would be very nice as well. And possibly sorghum, which I know is 4 crops, but I kind of want to have a look at that. Although, having said that, with our chickens taking so little, that's very little of our wheat harvest they're going to take every year. So I'm actually happy enough not doing the sorghum at the moment and testing that somewhere else. I think this is a perfect setup for a wheat, oat and sunflower farm here, and the only thing we need to keep an eye out for is a sunflower header for our combine. Slightly concerningly, our other tractor has only just made it to that point on its headland. I don't think I might have been wiser to have got that cutting a lot earlier than it is. With it being 5:15 now, that tractor, yeah, I don't know how far that's going to get through that. We might have to leave that going into the evening and get that finished off camera, simply because we really want to get that field cut. And I think we're probably going to do hay. We've got with it going in September, it being fairly dry other than the small shower that we're expecting. Hay seems to make the most sense at this time of year, followed by doing some silage in November. So that's I think how I'm going to work that. And we are over 80% full on this field. That's really good. That makes me very happy. because that is a really decent amount of oats off here. 92% full. I don't think I'm gonna make it the whole way down the next row, so let's bring the 7810 up alongside and empty it. First field that we've had to empty before we finish the field, which is very, very good news. Yep, that's filling up, and now we'll be able to cut into here, finish off this field, and should end up with at least a half full trailer, which I'm very, very happy about. It looks like we might get this field out by 6 p.m. It is absolutely amazing how many oats there are on here. We're already up to another 29% full, so nearly another third of a tank on here, and we will have a third of a tank, which is great because we were we were 92% full, so I'm happy with that. That is a really, really good amount off here. There's good amount of canola, good amount of oats, a decent amount of wheat considering the size of that field. It has just worked out really, really well for our first harvest, and this should give us good 20,000-30,000. That is going to cover a nice whack of what we need to do. We still need to get cows, we still need to get we actually still need to get the equipment to make silage bales, to make hay bales. Yeah, there's quite a fair amount of equipment we need to buy over, or at least lease over the next few weeks and months on here. So let's get this opened up, and that is the harvest done. Very, very happy with that. So we'll get this back to the farm and we will get this all emptied out. We have, I'm guessing, about half a trailer. Yeah, there we go. Over half a trailer's worth. Up to 10,319 litres of oats. And that just leaves this little tractor working in the shadow of the viaduct. Doing a grand job, actually. And seems to have some seems to be some interesting stuff going on under the viaduct. You can see it's not dropping any of the grass then until it comes out the other side of it, which is really interesting. That's a little bit odd. But yeah, so we're gonna leave this working into the evening. It should handle the rain without any issues. I think it'll be done before the rain, so that's good. And then next time we'll pick up here and get this field tethered, rowed and baled. So now we need to start moving our fields on. We need to get the wheat planted, so I'm going to do that in the oat field. That means we need to get that field baled and mulched, and we also have the canola field to get mulched and the wheat field to get baled and mulched. So we're going to be doing a lot of baling today. First though, we need to ted the grass, so we're going to get both tractors working on jobs. We've got the 7810 following me at the moment because I have the follow me mod, and we've bought them both up here so that we can get our first two pieces of equipment. Now we only have 40,000 in the bank, so I've got to make my money go further, and we have quite a few items that we need to buy. I need a mulcher, I need a tedder, and I need a windrower. So the mulcher, that is up here, and we're going to use a mod for this. And we're going to use this, the Knosh, the Speedmax 5600, which is a variation of this. I think this is the front mounted one. and this is the rear mounted one. So we're going to go with the rear mounted one. It is yeah, fairly, yeah, so this has got the options of either rear attachment or front attachment, which the base game one doesn't have, which is why I like it. We've got a rubber lip, yes or no. I'm gonna go with no, because it adds a load of cost, and I don't think we need that. And I think we can't really afford to buy it. It is only gonna cost us yeah, actually we'll lease it for this year, and we're returning it 420 back. So yes, we're gonna lease that this year. And then I also want to go and grab myself a tedder at the moment. So tedders, I want to get the Sammers for 16,500. I think we'll buy this outright. It's got, so this is 8.9 meters versus, actually no, we're going to save money. We want to save money at the moment. We'll save 10,000 and we'll go with the little Potinger one. So I'm going to buy that outright for 6,000. That is a good price for that as well. And then in a bit, we're going to come back for a windrower, and I'm going to come and grab this because the dual windrower will be really good. And we can use both tractors together to get that, but we'll come back and get that later. So we're down to 39,000, having leased one item and purchased the other. I think not doing frivolous spending at the moment would be a good idea. So let's take the hired worker off 7810. And this will require the horsepower at the 7810. So I did double check this, and it's 130 horsepower for this. So connect that up, lift it, and then we'll reverse this tractor out the way. I really do think these two tractors working together are great. Absolutely love the setup we've got here with these two John Deeres. And then we'll get the Alpine here and grab this. So this is going to take us a little bit longer because we do have that that extra bit of, or we've lost the extra width that I was originally going to go with. But it makes more sense to me to do this. So we will follow that like so. Right. And we'll head back down to the farm and get to work. And the first field we're going to get to work on actually is just here. I'm going to bring both tractors in this way. We'll get the 7810 in. Take the hired worker off that, bring this into here and set that going. Yeah, that will work fine. And we're going to go down to the bottom and get to work on the grass field that got cut last time. So for this series, I returned to something that I did in FS22, and we are going to be running the map at 10 times. So that means that we should have a day go in about an hour and a bit. I found with the last series that I was having trouble getting everything done in time, or having trouble sort of getting all my recordings done. So that should speed things up here. This grass has begun to grow again, so I'm quite pleased that we've kind of got onto here, and we are going to get another cut from here. Means we don't need a roller for this cut, but next cut we will do, and we'll be able to roll it as we go into December maybe, or even late November. And yeah, you can see the grass that's been cut sitting there underneath, turning very nicely to hay. We should get a really good amount of it. Now, I'm intrigued to see what happens underneath the arches over here, because of course it was piling up a little bit strangely either side when the mower was cutting it. As we come down and round here, it flings nothing there. Does it fling anything underneath? No, it just does a pile right beside it. Yeah, it really doesn't like doing stuff underneath this viaduct. Kind of makes me think the way I deal with this field is going to be a little bit interesting. I'm actually considering the bottom half of here, making this grass field down here, and then where the bend in the river is here, anywhere sort of south of that, i.e. dead ahead of us, we'll make that into an arable field. And I think that will give us a good balance. I love the view underneath this viaduct. It is just absolutely gorgeous down here, and with the mist just hanging around in the bottom of the river valley here, just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It gives such atmosphere to the map and just looks incredible. I find myself taking screenshots all the time around here just because of the beauty of this map. It's pretty exceptional, to be honest. And just, yeah, look at that. That is amazing, absolutely amazing. Now I need to make sure I'm lined up in the right place, which I am not. Yeah. Oh, I got the back down. We got the front down. I keep lowering that front weight, which is not good at all. Set that down, and away we go. Perfect. Yeah, so used to lifting and lowering the front and back together, but I keep lowering that front weight, which of course is not helping anybody. With this growth here, it is quite hard to see exactly where I've been before and where I haven't. If I turn the lines on, then it is much easier, because obviously the lines that I've already been on are grayed out, and therefore it allows me to follow it a lot more easily. The bottom end of this field is very sort of cut off from the top end, really. That bend in the river would be a perfect spot to go and get this to sort of divide off a grass area down the bottom. And I think we're going to get a lot of bales off this field, so that is at least a good thing for us to then really just top up after that, especially as we're not going to be able to afford that many cows initially. I think, well, I think both to set up the dairy side and to get the vineyard set up, we're probably going to have to borrow some money. So if I can get the cows based on what we sell crops for this year, that would be very useful to fund the dairy side of the farm from this year's crops would be great, and then we can make cheese and start selling that off, and hopefully things will just snowball from there. I think we've got everything down this end, down there, yes. Right, so we can start working our way back across the field over here, and then there's just the rest of it to go. It is 11:30, and we seem to be making decent progress. It looks like the 7810 has completed its task, so I wonder if I can set this now to go with a hired worker doing this. I think this will be really telling. If I can do a hired worker on tedding this, that would be good. I'm hoping I can do a hired worker on the windrowing. That's what I really want. But we need to go and get the 7810 and get that sorted. I think actually if I set a hired worker doing this, we're going to be doing it on a different side of the field to where it already is. So we will get this job finished with this, and then we'll go and grab the windrower, and we'll get both tractors working on this field. At the very least, we need to get this road up today, if not baled, because to be honest, I think getting the other two fields baled is probably a higher priority at the moment. Right, so let's take this. Let's get the AI worker on here. Let's go like that and see if this will actually do here, or whether it's going to go and start and do the whole field again. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's just going to go and work around. But that is lining itself up for the headlands. So, nope. That answers that question. We are going to have to complete this field ourselves. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So it looks like, yeah, we are going to be delayed a little bit longer before we can row this up. Because we've got to do it ourselves. Thinking about it, the only field I need to turn around is the oat field. That's the only one that needs turning around quickly. So if we get a windrower and get this field windrowed, and then we get baling on the other one, we then should be able to use 7810 to bale the oats field and bale this field, and we can clear off the oats field and get it mulched fairly quickly tomorrow, and then we'll get it planted as well, and that gets the wheat in before the end of September. It means we're going to have quite a bit packed in on that oat field, and possibly a better way to have done this would have been to put this tractor with the tedder on a hired worker on here, but at the end of the day, I kind of wanted to use this tractor. We've not really had much use of it ourselves yet, and getting it working with this tedder here seemed to be the perfect way for me to get to know it. I think if I learned anything today, it's that I need to get courseplay on here. I would love to just engage the hired worker at this point and get them to work the rest of the field, have them recognize where we've already gone with the GPS, and have it just finish things off. Unfortunately, that's not how it's working for this kind of job. This kind of job, it just wants to do the whole field. So as a result, it would be great to sort of get courseplay on here and go, right, start from the position I'm at. That would be very, very useful. Having said that, if I look at the white lines around the edge, it does show that it doesn't think that I've been there. It doesn't think that I've been on those lines. So it may be that it's working from that assumption, and that's why it's starting on the edges, because when I initially started this field, I didn't use the GPS. Our final row, and it's just coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon. Thankfully, the windrow we're going to get is much bigger, much wider. Will allow this tractor to get around this field fairly quickly, and while we're doing that, we're going to bale up field 32. So we'll fold this up. I'm going to drop our tedder here off back at the farm, and we'll head up to the shop and go and grab ourselves a windrower. One thing I want to test on here is how well the map navigation works. So what we're going to do is buy the windrower, park this over here. So we're going to go and buy the windrower. Actually, we're going to lease the windrower. There we go. Windrowers. Yeah, this one here. We're going to lease this. Requires 80 horsepower, so we've got enough with our tractor. Financing it would be 3,000. Oh, no. Cancel that. We'll lease this for now. And we'll keep this for a few months. It's going to cost us 195 a month, which isn't great, but should get the job done for now. We can then return this over the winter, where we won't be doing any of this work, and hopefully afford it in the new year. But yeah, I don't want to be spending 3,000 a month for the next 6 months, really. Okay, so now we're going to go to the active workers here. We're going to select this. We're going to create job, field work, and we're going to send it down to here and there, and start job. It does seem to be driving to field. Yep, that seems to be working. And that means that we can jump into this tractor here. I need to go and put my mulcher away. But this field here has been mulched absolutely fine. That's perfect. And we can jump in the baler on this then and start getting that oat field baled for the rest of the day. And if we have time, we can bale the wheat field as well. And then all we need to do next time is get those bales collected up. Where can we put this? I think, actually, I'm going to reverse out here. And we can put this in here with the plow and the cultivator and the windrower. Not the windrower, the tedder. Let's reverse that there, drop that off. Right, and now we'll head back round the other side, and I'm going to grab the baler that we repaired last time, sitting nicely nestled back here. Gonna have to work out, we might need to get another shed in at some point because everything's nicely nestled back here, but I think we could do with redistributing things a little bit. Bring this here. Just seen our other tractor go past, so that is going as it should. And this, we've got some round bale net in it, thankfully. So we'll unfold it, start it up, and down and into the field we go. Perfect. And I'm going to turn on the auto drop just to make things that little bit easier. Look at that as we come to the bottom of the field there. There's our other tractor that has successfully navigated its way to the field and is going to start rowing things up. That is awesome. That is very, very impressive. Only downside to this baler really is the bale size. We can only create 125 centimeter bales with it. And as a result, we end up with more bales to have to clear off here. Not a huge problem as we're so close to our farm and we'll be able to get them picked up fairly quickly. But yeah, not exactly the greatest fun. We're at 98, 99. There we go. And I want to... we're going to put these straight into our bale store. We've already created 4, maybe 5 bales, I think. 4 bales so far, so we're working on our 5th bale. And yeah, should have these cleared before the end of the day. That means that next time it literally is going to be clearing this bale, this field of bales with the telehandler as quickly as possible. And then after that, getting this field not only mulched, but also probably cultivated and seeded. Yeah, we're gonna have to have both tractors doing that. So once we got it mulched, we can get this field cultivated, and then behind that we can get it seeded and then finally rolled. So yeah, there's a huge amount of work to do on this field. The next day, once we've cleared the bales off, and that's the trouble, clearing the bales off is going to be our first task. Hopefully we can do that fairly quickly. I'm wondering if just for this year, and with the amount of bales that we're going to have kicking around, it might be worth hiring a bale collector, getting all these bales picked up, and then that leaves things pretty easy for us afterwards. And going through and doing every other row on here, because that is just speeding things up that little bit, and we will make it back to the farm side without too much hassle as a result. So yeah, this is a much better way, I find, of doing it. You have a much smaller or much bigger turning circle to hit the next row, and you work your way from the top end of the field to the bottom end, back up to the top end, and just works very smoothly and very efficiently. So yeah, bigger circle to turn in here, and means you can line up much more easily when you're getting your next row. What's happening with our tractor down the bottom of the field there. Oh my lord. How has he got himself into the river? This is not good. The hired worker has somehow got into the river. So let's take that hired worker off. And I'm going to have to, well, we're just going to go for it. Straight through. Thankfully, it's not that deep a river. But, yeah, that is not good news. Let's see if the hired worker will continue on from here. I'm hoping so. Yeah, it recognizes where it's been, I think. And it's going to continue on from there. But that was not good news at all. That was, that's delayed this job quite a bit. How long was that hired worker down that end, the other side of the river, giving that tractor a wash? That's a little bit concerning. It hasn't even finished a headland. That is not great. Last little bit, and I don't think we're going to get another bale off this. But yeah, we got plenty of straw left to get. In fact, I missed quite a bit off that row. But there's lots of straw actually here that's been driven over and doesn't seem to be able to be picked up by the baler. We have got this little bit here though. Yeah, just missed that. And that should clear things up. I think we're all done on this field. So that is this field done. Looks like it's going to be tomorrow before the windrowing is done. We need to sort the hay that we have out on field 88 as well. If we can get this field though sorted and planted with the wheat, that will all be good. I'm hoping it's just going to be a fairly straight turnaround. We've not got many bales to get off here, and I'm hoping to get them off in stacks of 3, which is what we're currently doing here in our Senebogen telehandler. But if we can get this field mulched, cultivated and seeded with wheat today, that will put us nicely ahead. So I've got my 7810 sitting there ready with the mulcher. Once we've got that mulching, what we should be able to do is then immediately head out and bale. Oh, so close. At least we're not far from where we got to deliver these. Knocking those off the front though, that was not helpful. Take this here, and I'm gonna try and use the boom up here to get that in place. Yep, there we are. And then we should be able to get the other 2. I'm intrigued to see how high up I can actually see in this cab. So let's get this here. Gonna bring up the help menu, and I think I can extend this. There we are, up in the cab. Oh yeah, that works really well. Then we can see up to the top there. And yeah, that's very, very cool. I like that a lot. I will drop these off here and back out. Perfect. And then down we go. Bring our head down like that. Oh, I like this. This is a lot of fun, this piece of kit. So much visibility. And we just need now to pick up some more bales and get them delivered in there. Not many bales on this field, so should be a fairly quick task. Just a few to run around and collect, and then we can get on with the mulcher. It seems straw bales are something we have a lot of at the moment, so yeah, I think we're going to be very nicely set up for straw bales with the cows. It's just getting the hay bales and the silage bales, and we've already got a field full of hay, so after that it's just silage. I am wondering though, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. Should we do silage bales, so wrap bales, or should we just do straight up silage and use a couple of our silage clamps that we got on the farm? 2 of them can't be deleted, so that's either going to be somewhere to create silage or is going to be a great place for us to store silage bales. I find doing bales this way gets them off the field really quickly. If we do stacks of 3 like this, it works out really well, and they're fairly stable like this, other than our first set falling off. I think, yeah, we only have 5 bales left, so we're going to grab these. You can see our windrower actually is still going on the other field. So until that finishes, we're not going to be able to get the baler going on there anyway. So I'm happy to be sort of clearing this off. But at 20 past 9, it really is going to be how fast we can move on here. If we don't need lime on here, I'm very tempted to sell the spreader. We don't really need that much. We do have pallets. We do have big bags of lime already, though. So if it does need lime, we should be all right. Let's dump that on there. Those go in. And then we just got 3 more to pick up and get stored. And we can get the mulch started. In fact, I would guess we can probably get the mulcher started right now on this field. So let's start the Deere up, and I'm gonna send it down the bottom end of the field to get it mulching. And yeah, this is getting the hired workers to help us out on here is really helping things to get moving. Now we do have some options with this field as well. Let's get this there like that and get that off. And that is the area down the bottom here. This can all be cleared out, and I think we might want to put another shed in there to store some bits and pieces. I'm going to go and grab, looking at that, that is doing the headlands first. So if we go and grab this bale and get this out of the way, that won't cause us any issues. We can then run up here, yeah, and just get the last 2 of these off. And then if this is mulched and cultivated, do we need it to also get... Oh, I was hoping to line those up without too much hassle and not have a rolling bale, because rolling bales are just a pain. That will stop in a moment. In fact, if I bring this here and we place this down here like so, paddle roll into it like that. Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. Look at that. Lined up perfectly, ready for this final bale to go on top. So we'll get the last bale here on top of this. Like so. Lovely stack of 3 that we can just come in and pick up. And yeah, all done. Right, get these in. That's this field clear. We then just have 2 fields to bale, so we're probably going to end up doing a load of baling today ourselves. This though is just absolutely fantastic. So bring this over to here and extend our cab. Up we go with the bales. Out a little bit. That will go in there. Yeah, first one is in, and then the last 2 drop in as well. Down with the cab. Bring the boom down at the same time. Oh, that is absolutely perfect. But I think we might actually be done with this, and I want to put this this telehandler actually in this shed here. It's slightly more maneuverable and will fit in here a little bit better, and then I can put both the tractors in the next one over, and we can store the rest of this stuff elsewhere. I think we've got space over there and various areas. So let's go back over here and check this field out. I want to see, beyond the mulching, what needs to be done to this oat field. And looking at the soil composition, we're dealing with the weeds already, so don't need to worry about that. Fertilization, yeah, we don't have any. Doesn't need plowing, although 31 and 103 do. And there was a suggestion I should make these two one field, and I think that's a really good suggestion. 31 and 103, I think would do very well from being one field. And then maybe the top end here, making that a vineyard later or something like that. I'll need to sort of decide that a little bit later on. But I think if we make that one field, if we make this one field, and then if we do a field that sort of comes across there in 88 and make the top half or the bottom half of 88 arable, and then this area here, just a grass area I can cut, that will work quite well for us for now. And then when we come to place the vineyard later, I'll see where the best place for us to place that will be. There's areas, I mean, like 124 over here, which would buy us all these roads and allow us to reconfigure things a bit. That is 78,000. That might be a really good place. Yeah, there's options. Right, do we need lime? Yes, all of our fields need lime. So after this mulching is done, I think that is going to be the second job with the 7810, is to get the lime spreader out on here and get that job finished. First, we need to get this job finished though. So I'm going to stop the hide worker there. I am going to switch it on to steering assist. Go okay. We will go there, start that up, put this down, and we can finish this off ourselves. That way we save a little bit of money from the hired worker, and we're able to turn around a little bit quicker. Plus, I've noticed a few areas that the hired worker failed to do because of some problems last time we had. So yeah, we'll get this finished off with ourselves, and that will just make things run that little bit smoother, I think. I'm actually quite thankful that my field of oats doesn't need ploughing. That would have thrown a big spanner in the works. As it is, the two fields that need ploughing are the two fields that I kind of was expecting would need ploughing. And also that because they need ploughing, I'm going to be able to plough together, which is great news. I think we've got a tree in the middle of the field that I might just leave in there for the hell of it. I think it might be quite a nice bit to leave in there. Depends on how close it is to the edge. Also, there's a roadway at the edge that we might plough in as well. If we're merging those two fields, we don't need access to the further field via that roadway. And so that makes more sense to me. First, though, we've just got a little bit to finish off here. I think we've got a little bit of headland to do, which got fouled up last time. So, yeah, we're almost there with this now. And we'll be able to get this field baled up next. So I'm going to correct the headland down here that seems to have not got done from sort of this point onwards. It's missed a whole load out. And while that'll also clean up this headland a little bit, will just mean that round here we are nice and collected and able to get all of this field baled. Doing this field, at least one cut of silage and one cut of hay off here, is gonna put us in a position where we have a good base of feed for the cows, and then we'll be able to survive with the much smaller grass field later on. I think that's going to work so much better for us. So let's get this back to the yard. We'll go and get the baler. Oh, and it looks like the 7810 is doing really well. Yeah, that is well over halfway through this field. Considering that the field also needs to be limed, cultivated, sown and rolled, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. The shed we've got our flatbed in here at the moment. This is also a hay storage or a bale storage shed. So at the moment, I'm going to put everything into the hay loft we've got. The hay and pallet, or the bale and pallet storage we've got near the house. But should we find ourselves in need of overflow space, then that certainly is there. For the silage bales, as I was saying a minute ago, I think we need to get well, we're gonna store silage bales whichever way we go. If we go silage bales, they'll be stored in these clamps. If we go silage, that will also be stored in these clamps. And this clamp here and most of the stuff there, I think we might sell and put some, at least just have an area for machinery storage there. If not that, then have an area, or then we can have a shed there to put stuff in as well. So yeah, I think that is going to be important. I'm just looking at the edge here. Oh, where are you going to go? You are going to go around there like that. Yeah. So it's all round, it's going to be an interesting setup. Down with that, and away we go. Right, round the headlands. Let's go and get all of this baled and see how many bales we end up with. At the moment, we've got 11 bales. Let's reset the bale counter. Right, and we'll turn automatic drop on. That should give us our first bale, which it does. And we are away. Coming up to the end of the first of the 2 headland rows, and it looks like our mulcher there is finished. So I'll get to the end of this row here. We'll go and switch out the mulcher for the lime spreader. And I'm just going to go and lime spread field 32 because that's something it's something I can set up and get it to do. So we'll do that. So let's start the engine on this and fold it up. Yeah, looking good. I'm very pleased this field has mulched nicely. So we'll turn around and get this up here. I am gonna put a roadway in down the side of this field here. We can see where it will fit very nicely and be very useful to us. Let's head up here. See, this is the problem I've got at the moment, is we don't have a huge amount of space to stick bits of equipment. So I think we might have to get rid of that that silage clamp. I don't think that's a big problem, and I think that will actually bring us in money. I think that might actually help us overall. We've got that manure fork there to sell as well, actually. That is not much use to us. But let's turn this around here and we'll go and get the forks on the telehandler and get this filled up. Forks are a little bit stronger than the bale spikes. I could use the bale spikes on this, but I think the forks are a better choice for us. So those are just sitting under here, waiting to pick up those pallets there. I think they are just stacked there. I don't think they're actually in the storage. And then widen our forks out here. Should be able to just pick up 2 bags of the lime. All 4 bags of lime here can go in. We only have 2 fields that need doing. Bring it round. Oh, forwards. And up. Yeah, and in goes the lime. I've always loved how the bags shrink as you're filling them, or as you're putting them into the other piece of equipment. So round and into this. I wonder how it looks actually in cab when you're doing this, when you're loading like this with the raised cab as well. The extra visibility should really help. Oh, how did I miss that? Try that again. Right, that should have got it this time. Yeah, send them both back on the forks. Back it out of the shed, like so. Right, and then we'll raise the cab up. We'll extend those. Oh yeah, that gives us really good visibility of emptying these. Bags emptied. Let's bring this back. Drop that back down. Oh, right, yeah, that sticks out a bit further than those sheds. So actually, that's pretty good. We are going to have to lime all of these fields. So I'm going to make sure I hold on to the spreader until then. But I think after this, we shouldn't need the spreader, or we should only need the spreader when we need to lease it every 3 or so years. So I think we're going to be good to get rid of that as well after this job's done. So let's get this out to the field. We are 88% full with this. Can't believe it's already 20 past 1. I know we're running at 10 times speed here, and that of course is putting us under a time pressure, which is a good thing. I actually quite like being under that time pressure. Trying to do too much in a day like this is not great. With that going though, I can get back to baling this field and we'll be good there. But yeah, running it 10 times, we still have so much to do today. And unfortunately, we don't have a direct seeder. So we're going to have to cultivate and seed. It would be useful if I could run this tractor behind the cultivator doing that. But I really want to get this all baled up and going as well. This tractor can go behind and roll the crop in, but that's only if we can actually get that field cultivated and seeded. So we'll have to see where we are. Coming up to the second headland end, and we have 16 bales created off here already. I might need a bale stacker in order to collect everything up off this field. That is quite an impressive number of bales, and that's just off the headland. That is definitely going to keep us going for a while on here. So I'm going to start doing alternate rows from this corner here, and I think we're going to end up with a huge amount of bales on here. We may not have all the storage space for it, but that's fine, because as I said before, we do have a second shed that has storage space, and I think we might need to, at the very least, lease a bale stacker in order to collect all of this up in a reasonable amount of time. I don't think today is our last chance to get the wheat planted. I think we're actually okay going into October with that. So I'm going to adjust my aim a little bit, and that is to get this field planted today, or sorry, this field baled today. If we can get that done, then that will be good. If we can get the other field ready for planting, which it seems that we can because the liming is done, and we are, yeah, we're 3:15 in the afternoon, so we'll get to the end of this row here, and with this finished, we'll start this up and get this out of the way. Oh, look at that nice lime color on the wheels. Nice and subtle, actually. Really, really quite like the way that the realistic dirt color works in FS25. It's not quite as harsh as it was in the previous game. We've only got 23% lime left, so that's not going to be enough to do our other two fields. So yeah, I'm going to park this back up in the shed, and we will go and get the cultivator on this tractor and get the field cultivated, ready for planting. But I don't think the planting will happen today. Let's just have a quick check on this. But I think we're all right. Looking at our crop calendar, the wheat can be planted in October. It's a little bit late, but yeah, the winter wheat can be planted in October. So that's absolutely fine. It would be canola. If we were doing that today, we'd have a problem. But as I said, I think we might try and do sunflowers on here instead. And those aren't due till March, April. Same goes for... Well, actually, no, I was going to go sorghum, wasn't it? So that's April, May. So that's fine. And the oats, which is the other crop we're going to do, that's March, April. So we're nicely staggered with those on here. Let's grab the cultivator then. And we can work things quite nicely, I think, for us. We might even get one more cut of grass out if we were to, because it's April, May. Yeah, we can get one more cut of grass out, I think, on our grass field before we absolutely need to get that field done. I will have to go carefully though, because that's going to be fairly close. But if we plant the sorghum in May, we can do a cut early and then get it done. Right, let's get a hard worker running this again then. And in the meantime, we can finish off on the baling. And I'm just going to clear this little bit out down here before I head up down the other end of the field. How many bales do we have at this point? As we're nearly done halfway across here, we're up to 25 hay bales. That is a fantastic amount of hay that we're getting off this field. I think the decision to sell off the class with the front loader and replace it with the 7810 and a telehandler has really paid off today. We've been able to get both tractors working at the same time as clearing bales off and also loading up the lime. It has just worked out so well, and I think when we get into the swing of things with the cows and everything gets working, I think we're gonna find that it's gonna help us along there as well. I think a third tractor would be really useful, and actually in the shop today there is a Valtra T-Series that's available. There's also a good wheel baler, which I wonder how that compares to our current one. But yeah, there's a T-Series Valtra. It's 89,000 though. That would have been a lovely tractor if we'd had the cash, but we don't, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to pick that up. But at some point, I think a third tractor, maybe just over the 200,000, the 200 horsepower mark, would be really useful on here. So we will keep our eye out for that. There is a tractor actually that fits that bill, and that is well, this one at 190 for the 4755 at 74,000. That would fit the bill rather nicely. But also down here, the 8000 series at we can get that for around 200 horsepower, I think, as well. Yeah, there we go. That would also do, but that's 142,000 to get that. So that again would have to be on offer in order for us to pick that up. But that would be a really nice addition to our fleet of Deeres. And my original plan was not to have a fleet of John Deeres on here, it was to have a fleet of class. But at the moment, John Deere stuff seems to be doing really well for us. So it might be that we keep going down the green and yellow tractor route for this farm. We're on a final row on here. I don't know how many bales we're going to get out. We are at 100%. Oh, and yeah, turn that off, I think. Okay, we will pick this up actually, and we will unload an incomplete bale. So it's only going to be 997, but we'll turn this off, unload an incomplete bale. I think we should be able to do that. Unload unfinished bale, there we go. Right, and that is done. So close that up, and we'll take this back up to the farm. It is 5:05. We have done 36 bales off here That is a fantastic number. I think, though, for speed, maybe we might need to... Well, we might need to get a bale stacker, although we've got a full month before our grass is going to need to be cut again. So I think we're all right there. I think we might be able to get away with giving it time to pick that up. We can get out there with the Senebogan telehandler and get that done without too much hassle. Right, we need to park this. We also need to sort that road out, because obviously my tractor or my baler is now covered in lime from having been down there. I need to check that this tractor will run the seeder. I don't see why it wouldn't, but let's check anyway. So John Deere 3650, 116 horsepower, and then we have the Horsch 50 horsepower and 115. Ooh, actually we might have to put this on the other tractor to do that, and I don't think we have a roller at the moment. Okay, so yeah, we've got quite a bit of work to go to get things sorted. I'm going to park this tractor then in the middle here, because yeah, it will not run our seeder. We're going to have to run that on the other tractor. We've got a whole load of bales to start collecting up with that. And on here, I think we're in a really strong place. So I think going into the evening, what we'll do is we will leave the 7810 finishing off this. That can go into the evening on that job. And we will pick this up tomorrow with some planting. We'll get the wheat planted in, we'll get it rolled, and we'll start collecting those bales up. We need to get a roller because we need to get the wheat in. Our hay bales are sitting out in the field, and we've had a little bit of rain today, but this is due to clear up fairly quickly. So it should give us a clear run at getting this wheat into the field. I'm quite happy about our progress. We've got one more field to bale, so once we've got the wheat planted, we'll be able to go in and get that baled, and we can get that mulched. And that's field 103. And given that 103 and 31 both need plowing, as I said last time, I think we're going to plow those two fields together. So that is something we're going to be aiming to do in the near future. All in all, though, things are looking pretty good on the farm. I think we're going to be able to bypass most of the winter where we won't be able to get that much done. We might see if there's a couple of contracts around the actual the area for us to earn a little bit of extra money. I also want to take this tractor into the workshop because I don't believe that we've updated the number plate on this yet. So no, we haven't. So yeah, let's get someone selected for the number plate on our 3650. And congratulations to KiwiMedic. You've been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons, YouTube channel members. And you will have your name on the number plate. And your name fits quite nicely on this number plate. I don't have to remove any letters or anything. So thank you for your support. And with that, we can customize and okay. So there we are. Brand new number plate on. And in fact, it really works very well. So nicely on there, nicely on the back. Yeah, that is the perfect name for this number plate. So let's take this out of here. We've not got any repairs or anything to do on this. It just needs to be down here to pick up the roller, and we can see already the sky around here is beginning to brighten up. So that's great news. We should be able to get to work on the fields very quickly. So into the shop we go, and let's see what rollers are available to us. And looking in the rollers, we've got a few options in here. Nothing overly cheap other than the Dalbo Hydroflex. This is a really, really good roller. and it's got a 5.2 meter width, 6 meters on that, but it's bigger. We've got same width on that, but 3 times the price. And yeah, I think this, again, this is just a great little roller for us to use. Fits really well in with our farm, so we will buy that as well for 3,100. And then we're back out here by our tractor, and there it is. So if we jump in, we'll hook this up. We can get this back up to the farm, and hopefully by then the rain might have finished. That would be very useful. So get this connected up, lift it, and yeah, away we go back to the farm. A nice short trip from the shop back to our farm. Very easy to do, and I love the way the farm is just nestled in the back here. So take this down and around the field, because 7810 is already hooked up to the plant, or to the seeder, sorry, and we can bring this down here. So just looking at getting stuff ready for the springtime, we want to get these 2 fields here, as I said, merged together. We've got a whole load of straw that we need to get baled up, so we might get that done today. And yeah, we then just want to take out this between these 2 fields here and merge this field into one. Just looking down here and having a look at this tree. How far into the field are these? Are these going to have to be removed, or can we? I think we might leave these trees here, might leave an area here rather than try and get them cut out. I think that'd be more pain than it's worth. We'd have to get a wood chipper and everything. So yeah, we're looking at removing this roadway down the side here anyway and extending the edge. There's plenty of space then to have that. It's basically an island in the field. So that should work out fairly well for us, I think. Seeder is here and connected to our 7810. Everything is nicely loaded up and ready to go. The rain is stopping, so the rain is now clearing off. With this amount of water, I'm just wondering, can we get some dual wheels on the back of this? With this much wet, it would probably be wise to spread the weight of the tractor. But I've got to get it in the right place so that we can actually get it out once the wheels are on. Let's turn it off as well. This is going to be a bit of work. Into here, into our workshop. And we'll have a look in here. We've got standard wheels, we've got wheel weights, wide tires, narrow tires, rear narrows. No, rear twins. This is what I want. So we'll just put some rear twins on this. £5,000. I think we might leave that. Wow. I did not realize that was going to be that expensive to get a pair of twin wheels on the back. So no, we're not going to do that. That would have been a big mistake. We have much better things to be spending £5,000 on. I thought it might be like 1,000 to do that. I think long term that might be better for us. But yeah, while the farm is in the way it is at the moment, this is not something we can do. That little detour though has given us a little bit of time before we go into the field with this, and hopefully the ground won't be too wet. I don't know whether moisture content in the soil is the thing with the advanced weather that we've got, or the realistic weather that we've got running on here. We do have some stones on this field as well. Don't know how bad those are. Let's have a quick look. Stones. They are all small stones. Okay, so we're all right. We'll be able to roll all of those in. So that's not a problem. Let's get this tractor lined up then. And we'll get a hired worker working on this one. So let's see what that wants to do. Yeah, I think that will work fairly well for us. So set that off working. And then what we can do I think we'll let that get a little bit ahead, and then we'll come in with the roller in a bit. So in the meantime, let's grab this and start collecting up those hay bales. If we can get those off the field, that would be very useful. And if we still find ourselves with some spare time, what we can go and do is get the other field baled up with the small tractor and baler. Basically, I want to get as many jobs done today as we can, clear as much stuff off the farm as we can, and go from there. We've got a little bit of a round trip, so I think I'm going to get the flatbed trailer and take that down to the lower field. That way, we won't be driving over a field that we're planting. And yeah, while we have an easy access to it at the moment, once we got crop in there, we are going to have to go round like this, which is a little bit annoying and is why I wanted to put the roadway in. But right now, we can't afford to change the farm in that way. So going by the roadway, our entrance is down here, I think. Yeah. And we can get into our fields here. Now, going by what I was talking about a little while ago and not wanting to lose anything, we've got this land here, 124. It's quite it's a scrubby bit of land. There are a few trees on it. Over the winter we could cut these trees down actually, and make ourselves some cash, especially if we turned this bit of scrubland here down to the river, I think, into a vineyard. I think we could put vines in this area. Now, this area here would cost us 78,000. We should be able to make that, I think. We'd have space to put other bits and pieces down here. Yeah, I think this would be a good area, and it wouldn't take anything out from our current farmland to do it. So, what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments below. But I think this is a really good place, a good little slope, a good little area for us to get a vineyard in. And if we plan it right, we can do things like not have the telegraph poles be a problem and things like that. I think would work very, very well for us. The grass on this field, of course, is beginning to get a bit longer. This is going to be ready to cut again next month, and we'll be looking at making silage from it. So also, as I asked before, what do you guys think? Should we do silage in the clamps, or do you think we should get a wrapper and do that? So that's either a trailer that's a forage wagon, or or just wrapping bales from here. Either I think would be a good way to go. I'm gonna do the 3 bales stacked as I did on the other field on here to collect these up. And yeah, let us know down in the comments how you think we should probably proceed, especially as we might go straight forward to November on here if we can get all of these jobs done today, because I have a feeling the second half of October is going to be a little bit wet. I've managed to collect up 6 bales, but I think the tractor on the other field is actually making really good progress. I'm very tempted right now just to keep on going with this. We have spent a lot of time on this field though, and I do want to make sure that we concentrate on some of the other things. I think that will maybe come into effect more once we get into the new year. We have a smaller grass field to deal with, and we're more able to concentrate on the jobs that hired workers are also able to do. So we're gonna keep on with these, but in the meantime, I'm just gonna bring this tractor up and see if I can get this going as well. My worry about getting this going as well is what effect it's going to have, whether it's going to catch the other tractor up pretty quickly. In fact, I think with this being nearly 6 meters wide and the Cedar being only 3, I'm going to leave it a bit more. We're making really good progress, and I think both these tractors might get this field done today. So let's leave this here, and I'm going to continue working with this, getting these bales collected up, and we should then get all of these jobs done today, and won't need to worry about stuff later. One thing I think we are going to hit, because we haven't plowed the field that we're putting the wheat in, is we're going to have to do something about weeds. So weeds are very much something on my mind that we're going to have to deal with next month in September, but that should be good. We've got, oh sorry, not in September, in November, and we should be able to handle those at the same time as, yeah, we get a second cut off here. But I want to be much more efficient next time. I don't want it to take 3 days to get this done. In fact, no, it's not taking us 3 days. This is our 4th day working this field to get these bales collected off. I want to get it done in 2 maximum. I think if we plan it right, we can get it done in just the 1. So this is my 4th stack of 3 bales, and you can see we've got the gap in here. I'm gonna get this lined up and on, and if we can get this on here, I should be able to slot an extra bale in the middle between these 2 stacks. So this is the tricky part of this. We want to get this strapped down, and then we want to go and grab a single bale. So we'll go and grab this one over here. We'll get it on the edge, so we get it on a fork there, and then we want to try and slot it in here. But I've got to do this. I've either got to poke through one of my existing bales, which is not the easiest of things to do, but yeah, there we go, and hopefully that will pop into there. And oh, look at that, that works really well. And then we can line it up with that. And then we just need to do the same thing on the other side. So let's go and grab one of these bales. Get it nice and straight on the forks. And this should then slot in the other side. And we will get a lot of bales in. I think I'm going to put this in the, or these in the other shed. That way we can just take them up there, undo the straps, and it should load them into the shed without any issue. If I have to put them into the same place as we put the straw bales, we're going to have to move a lot of stuff across. And oh, there goes the bale physics. That is really annoying, because that bale now is just pushing its way through, and it's going to prevent us doing anything else. That is so weird that that has just got itself maneuvered like that. I should have locked it down before I put the second one in. Yeah, right, I'm gonna have to clear that up now. That is very annoying, because that was in there absolutely perfectly. So now that I've got that back in there, we'll lock that down, and hopefully that will just stay there now when we go to put the second one in. A little bit less realistic, but when Farm Sims physics require you to be a little bit less realistic to work, you don't really have a lot of choice. And so yeah, that's how we got to do it, and we're going to do it this way as well. So I'm just going to come into here, we put it on top of here like this, so that we get a little bit of friction, and then it should just slide into place like that, and then we just lock it in. And that works very, very nicely. Wow. Okay. I think we can get at least 2 more stacks on here, maybe. And by that, I mean 4 more stacks, with them being 2 side by side. That is going to get most of the bales. We may even have to put some on the top just to get them in. But I'm quite pleased. This is working pretty well, despite that minor hiccup. I think actually there's only space for 1 more bale at the back there, not 2. So it's not going to be 4 more stacks of this. It is just going to be the 2. That's not awful. We're just going to have to go a little bit higher. Oh, wow. And a little bit lower picking this bale up. A little bit higher with the stack. Again, don't think that's a massive problem. I think instead that's a bit of an opportunity to get everything back. But for just ease of getting everything done, I think we're going to have to go into the other bale shed with the trailer and to get it unloaded quickly. That's another stack on there. Nice and easy. Right, we'll get this locked down so that they're held in place. And I think we need to go and get the roller started. Yeah, that's that tractor is looking like it's coming up to the top corner of the field. So that's good. Let's bring this on. Let's have a look at where it wants to roll. And hopefully it's doing 2 headlands, which it is. So we'll get that going. And yeah, the other tractor now is going to do the headlands. And it's starting over there. This tractor is coming in here and should miss each other, I'm hoping. Maybe. Or this is going to be tighter than I would like. No, they're not going to miss each other. Right, stop this hard worker. Reverse this off. And then we'll get this started again once the other tractor is heading down the bottom end of the field. That is unfortunate more than anything else, even if it is also slightly annoying. Yeah, getting this started at the right moment, that is the tricky bit. And now that tractor is heading off, I can come back to here and we'll set it off again. It looks like it's going to line itself up to the bit where it stopped last time. And no, it's going to start at the beginning of the field. Good. That will then re-roll where we've got those tracks and everything should be fine. Although that other tractor is now working its way in rather than working its way out, which is a little bit odd. But we'll leave it to it. And yeah, these 2 tractors now should get this finished pretty quickly. Going to lift up and try and get this on the other side from here. Pull that off, drop that down. Oh yeah, I like that. That works really well, although that's quite a jump down from that cab to get that in the right position. It is a very nice feature of this telehandler. I find myself whenever I'm in cab doing stuff and want to just get that little bit extra view, it is absolutely perfect. Don't need it most of the time, but I think it's going to come in really useful when we're filling the feed mixer for the cows. I think it's going to make a big difference. It does just give you that little bit of extra view when you're doing a job that makes it that little bit better. So that is not as flat as I would have liked it. Is that going to be able to be picked up without trying to pick up the whole trailer is the next question. Come on, can we pick that up? Yes, we can. Can we get it in so it's a little bit more flat and a little bit nicer in there? Sometimes maneuvering things around takes a little bit of work. Oh, or you can fiddle with things and make the situation a whole lot worse. But this cab up here, this is a really nice angle to do this work from. It does make things a whole lot easier to see. That little bit of extra height. Oh, that's gone in there. Right, we can push that in then. Like so. Come out. Lower ourselves down. And then out we get. And lock it on. It's a little bit over the edge, but that'll be fine. Right, we've got space, I think, for 4 more on the end here, and then the rest are going to have to go on top, which should mean we get this whole field up in one go. Very, very happy about that. Looks like my 2 tractors have got themselves in a pickle. Yeah, we are in need of backing this off. So let's just back that off a little bit. Let that go round. And then reactivate my hired worker here. And that will now go round and do the next headland. Yeah, it's a little bit of getting things and keeping an eye on things. Final bale for this row. I'll raise myself up so that I can easily see where I'm stacking it on here. And probably should have strapped the previous one down. I think we're all right. Yeah, come in here. Oh, no. Yeah, I can't see where the edge of the bale is, but there we are. That's got it in. These should do that fine. So drop us down. And we can get that then locked on. Make sure everything's locked on so that we don't have a bale explosion. How many have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus the small bale. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're going to have at least one row of double, which is fine. So if we make that our middle row, we can just do a few side by side up the top to get the rest of these bales loaded up. Looks like my two tractors have got stuck together again, which is why. Yeah, they're up the top end, so back this one off. Let the seeder past start this one up again. They never seem to get to a position where they're just shy, but that there could do with placing that back down and just getting that little bit done there. Down here, please. No, lower that. There we go. The seeder's about to finish anyway, so that'll be fine. But we get this to this end here, and right, that can continue on from there. My final two full bales on this field. I'm very much keeping the... Oh no, there's a third. There is one more bale. Okay, so I miscounted my bale slightly. Not a massive problem. What we just need to do then, I think, is get these two picked up. Get them over to the trailer, so we'll rise ourselves up again. Yeah, slightly miscalculated that then. What I'll do is we'll put these two on the far side, like so, and then we'll grab the end one and we'll just shift that across before we get lots of moving about with things. Yeah, and that then can slot in here. Oh wow, that is a lot of moving about with things. That's not overly happy. They're definitely, the bale physics gets a little bit crazy if you're not careful. Where is that bale? You see that bale is sitting halfway across. So it's trying to sit in the middle, that bale, and therefore causing me problems. Yeah, let it fall off. Let it wedge itself in there. It can fall off the other side, and we'll go and grab it. But I think it got stuck in there a little bit before. And yeah, you see the trailer has kicked it out now. So we'll grab that and see if we can get this to go back on here without too much hassle. Fortunately, it kind of kicks things around on the trailer a little bit and causes problems. But that is on there. Oh, this has actually worked pretty well. I'm fairly happy with how well everything's gone today. We've got the wheat in and we've got it rolled, or we will have. We've got all of these bales collected up. We'll be able to get this field cut again. before the end of the year, so we'll get a good amount of silage off here, and then we can look at reconfiguring things over the winter to get us ready for the cows, and to do some reworked fields with our crops. So back this off, put that down. We'll get this all locked down. So lock that down, lock that down. Yeah, that's all good. Right, we'll get this back to the yard and hopefully can get it straight into the bale shed. Meanwhile, yeah, our roller and our seeder only have a little bit further to go. In fact, I think our seeder is about to finish. So our full trailer of bales, don't you try and pass me. Our full trailer of bales, that come in here fairly well. Our seeder has finished, so as soon as we get these unloaded, we'll go and get that sorted. I'm just hoping I can drive into the area over here and unload these. Yeah, so we'll bring this around here. This is our bales, and undo that. Yeah, there they go, all nicely stacked over that side. That's fantastic. And in fact, that means we can still put the bale trailer in this shed, so that's even better. Got to be careful doing some strange maneuvers with that, but yeah, so the bale trailer, that will be able to sit on the far side here, and we'll be good. Really pleased with that. That has worked out extraordinarily well. So we'll start this up. Only 69% left, so 31% used on here, but this is all done and dusted now, so this can go back in the shed. We won't need to use this seeder again until the new year. I'm gonna park this. I did want to put this somewhere else, but oh, I know where we can put it. I think this will fit in this shed over here quite nicely, next to my truck. It'll block the door, but that's not the end of the world. In fact, I should have put my truck in front of the door. But yeah, this shed over here, this will work fine for this. So down with this and disconnect it. Right, and that is that job done. Then what are we going to need to get out next? We're going to need to bale next, and we're going to need to do some other bits and pieces. So we'll just put this in here. We'll put it right at the back so that we can fit both tractors in, and we're done on that as well. And with that done and our roller finishing off, I think we're done for the day. We've got everything sorted down at the bottom there. We're rolling in the stones, so those seem to have been done pretty well. There's a few places where they haven't been caught, but I think that'll be fine. Sort of minimal problems. But yeah, we're back on schedule. We've got our field rolling. We've got a few bits and pieces to work. I think we might look at getting, I think we need to bale 103 and mulch it, and then plow 31 and 103 together next time. And then that just leaves us the final cut of the year over on 88, which we should do in early November. We need to clear out field 103 here. We've still got a load of straw on it, so we'll clear that off. We also want to start looking at, well, we then need to actually get this field mulched. Once we've got it mulched, we can then look at getting it merged with field 31, making this a bigger field. I've seen lots of people doing this. This seems to make a lot of sense, and it sort of begins to line us up with where we want to be in the new year. I'm very much thinking that that bit of ground that I was talking about last time is going to be the best place for us to put some vines down. It won't affect how much arable land we have, and it will allow us to grow without too much trouble. We just need to raise the money, and just, yeah, it's area 124 here, and this is 78,000. So as long as we can raise the money for that over the winter, we should be good, because it's got a few trees on it that we'll have to clear off, so we can turn those into wood chips over the winter and make a little bit of extra cash off that to hopefully start funding the building of the vineyard. So there's lots for us to keep doing around here, and lots for us to clear out and get in a row before really winter sets in. And I think with winter on here, we are probably going to skip ahead through December, January and February, maybe, depending on how well prepared all of our fields are by that point. And our first bale today is ready to drop just about. Oh, we're not quite going to make it. Oh, and this first round, of course, this first headland, we didn't get actual straw off the first little bit, so got this here, unload it. I've also made a decision on this series that we're going to start a little bit earlier. We're going to start around 7 a.m. on each episode rather than 8 a.m. where I've been going, just to give us a little bit more time to get things done. I don't think it's going to give us a massive amount, but I'm finding myself coming up against it a little bit. So, yeah, we're going to start that little bit earlier. Gives us just a slight bit of extra time to get things done each day. And hopefully all of our jobs should work quite well. We're also getting a little bit low on fuel in this tractor. So after this job, we need to get things, we need to get it refueled. But this literally really is the last set of stuff that needs baling actually before tomorrow, because we've got a one more cut of grass to do before winter sets in, and that will give us all of our grass for silage. So we need to make that decision about what we're going to be doing the silage with, whether to do the wrapped bales or whether we're actually just going to do a silage clamp. I forgot to reset my bale counter. Let's do that. We've got 2 bales out on the field, so we need to add 2 to whatever number we have here. So reset the bale counter. There we go. And whatever we produce off this field now, we just need to add 2 to it to make sure that we get the full number of bales that we've produced. And I think it's actually going to be a surprising number that we get off here today. These weeds are actually making it quite hard to see some of this straw. I'm having to search for it a little bit, but we seem to be getting most of it, which is good. Also, when I said surprising, I didn't think I meant surprisingly low. I thought meant surprisingly high. But we really have not got many bales off the other end of the field. And this end of the field is not filling this baler up very quickly either. We're only getting about 5-6% per row. So, yeah, it's not good. And, yeah, you can see here, I couldn't work out where the straw was there. So, missed a row. Or tried to take a row that wasn't there. Lots of really compacted straw on this field. I think we turned around on it a lot with the combine, and as a result, I think it's actually hampered and reduced the amount of straw we've got off here. We are going to be lucky to get another bale, another full bale off here. We, of course, can get partial bales off, which is not a problem at all. I do just have to kind of keep them separately to make sure we don't accidentally put a partial bale into a mix and then go and then mess up the mix. But this seems to be going all right. We really have not had many bales off here at all. That is pretty crazy. I think that is 4 bales maybe total, plus this partial. Let's have a look. We've got on our bale counter just 1 bale. It's not even 4 bales. Wow. I had thought we might do a little bit better off this field, but we really haven't. Let's have a quick look. Check that there's no rows I've missed. No, there's a little bit there that I'll come back and grab. But otherwise, yeah, this field looks pretty well covered. So we need to get the mulcher out on the 7810 and get this field mulched. But yeah, the yield on here can't have been very good at all on this week, because that is just so poor. Let's get this back over to the other side of the farm then, and we'll dump this where we've got our other hay bale, our incomplete hay bale off the other field. I went and grabbed that, so should be able to unload this. There we are. And I'll go and park this up. I'm still trying to work out where to park this baler. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to park this here for now, and we'll get the 7810 out and hook up to the other bit of kit, and then we can put the baler in that shed there in a little bit. It is yeah, it is good. We've done the baling by 9:15. We can't immediately go and do this job, of course, because we've got to go and collect those 3 bales off the field, but that won't take me very long. And I can just play musical tractors a little bit quickly. I'll go park this around the other side here, and then we can put the other tractor away. Start this up again, and we'll just park the baler in there. I think that's a good place to park the baler. And as I said, I need to get some fuel. I don't know if I have a fuel tank on the farm. Might have somewhere. If not, I'll have to add one. I'm going to get this over to the, well, as the driver's right hand side, my left hand side as it stands from this angle. Back it into here and drop it off. Yeah, perfect. Then we could always store bale wrap and things above here if we want, and it also gives us space to do a to maybe put a small piece of kit or something down here. Oh, maybe the mower could go there. Although the mower, yeah, I think we got more space then for something else there. Right, let's go get these bales collected and put them in. We should be able to do this in a single stack. First things first, we will clean this up. So just get this here, stick that on its end down here next to the hay bale. So these will basically be our first 2 bales that we put in feeding the cows. Once we get our mixer, so much money we have to spend on this farm. It's a little bit mad. We are going to have to sell off some buildings and things. That will help us to do it. We're going to have some selling off of various bits of crop and things come the winter as well. And yeah, it's all just, there's so much money that needs investing. And we are not in a position to be able to invest it at the moment without borrowing cash. It's why I've said from the beginning that I think we're going to have to borrow money to get the vineyard side of things set up, because it's not just getting the vines planted. We're going to need a tractor to work the vines, and eventually we're going to need to hire a harvester to harvest them as well. So yeah, all of it is a little bit tough. There's something I don't want to do that I'm beginning to enter into the possibility, and that is selling the combine. The combine harvester, that is worth 136,000 and just sits there all year. With the header and the header trailer, that is going to be worth about 150,000 to us if we sold it. And that is a sizable amount of cash. It's not something I want to do, but it's something that definitely just strikes me as a good source of income if we really needed to get that cash without getting a loan. It would work fairly well for us. The other way to do it is to hire purchase stuff, but we need to make sure we have a regular income. The other thing, whoa, oh wow, that stayed on there. The other thing we could do is go and do some contracts, weeding contracts, baling contracts. Those are all nice and powerful, would work very well for us. So yeah, there's options. We do have some options. Right, first bale is dropped in, those two drop in as well. Perfect. Right, down we come, and then we can go and get on with the actual mulching of that field. And I'm going to mulch the border as well, which is why I'm going to do all this myself and not just get it stuck on a hired worker. And because my telehandler is so maneuverable, it actually slots down the side here really easily. Okay, so we just need to mulch this field now, and we'll be ready to get it all plowed together. Let's unfold this. We'll then come into here, get the AI assistant on. Yeah, I want to do 0 degrees. Okay, this treats this like 2 fields. I wonder how this will change once we get the new setup on here. Once we merge this into 2 fields, or merge these 2 fields into 1, I should say. Because at the moment, this field just acts very, very weird. And it needs a little bit of a rework. I am going to take this roadway out of the way. I think I own it. And if I do, it's going to be unnecessary for this field. And also, if we're leaving these 2 trees in for now, we're going to want to get a set up there. Yeah, we want to mulch this here as well, and that will then give us a good idea of exactly where we're going to be going for the actual field. And that's enough width through there to leave this as an island, I think. So that'll be fine. On the plus side, by the time we've merged these 2 fields, we won't have any weeds on here to deal with next year. It will just be, in fact, the only field we'll need to deal with weeds on will be our field of oats we planted next time, because obviously that wasn't plowed. These 2 fields both need plowing anyway, so we're going to get the 7810. Doing that, I think, next time. My plan here is to get both these fields mulched and to get the barrier down between them today. So we're going to plow that in, and we're going to plow the road in today. And that should then allow a hired worker to take over the plowing next time and just plow everything as 1 field. That's at least what I'm hoping. We'll see if that pans out. But that then will leave us the ability to go and cut the grass field, the full grass field, for one last time before we then are going to be plowing that field in the new year as well. And I also want to start looking at the possibility of going out and maybe getting a couple of contracts done. If we can get a hoe on here, that can be paid for by contracts very, very quickly. And we've seen it in the past that doing contract work is a great way to raise money for the farm quite swiftly. So we might send a couple of contract setups going. In fact, can we get a couple of contracts going today? What have we got? We've got bale wrapping. We've got a large cultivating contract on 70 that we could send doing. That would bring us in 10,000. We've got a lot of harvesting contracts kicking around here as well that are not bad at all. That'd be a good way to get money out of our combine, would be to go and do that. We will see what we've got. But certainly that cultivating contract there, I'm very tempted to get that going. And probably the one on 38 as well. So I am going to borrow the items for that. And I am going to, yeah, and then we'll use that contract, cultivating. That was actually more expensive for the equipment, so we will accept that contract. And then I think the third one is probably too small to get used the big bits on. And again, is 700. I'm just going to accept that and see if we can get it done. So yeah, we'll see if we can get that done with that. So we'll get this very large case Steiger. It was cheaper to get this than it was to do anything else. But this will just boost our income by having a worker do this for us. It's a brilliant way to raise money in Farm Sim. Is while you're working your own farm, get a couple of contracts set up that can work themselves, and just get them running. Just seems to be a brilliant strategy. So yeah, we'll see if this quad track can actually handle a fairly smallish field. And actually, these first two fields are right next to each other, which is brilliant. That makes me very, very happy. So this field here, that's one of them. Actually bigger than I was expecting. I think we might be all right with these. I think we might be okay. Let's just have a look at how many rounds this wants to go round this. Not many is the answer, but that's all right. It'll be finished nice and quick. So let's set that off, and we can get back to what we were doing. And that is mulching this field at a slightly awkward angle. But yeah, if we can get that money in that way, that means we won't have to sell the combine. We can just raise money to do everything. With some contracting work around the area, paying for the contracting work to be done, and I suppose you call it subcontracting work. I'm feeling a little bit better about the money situation, having decided to do that now, and we can just have that flowing in the background while we work on getting our farm up and running and working the best it can be. It feels a better way of doing things to me. It just means I can concentrate on my own farm and not worry too much about everything, and should give us the money to do what we want to do. And we did this on Hooten Pantai actually. We were earning what, nearly 50,000 a day from doing contracting stuff in the background, and yeah, I think that's a very good, very valid way of doing things, and worked really well for us while we're here doing the work ourselves. So the last two bits to finish this field off, and then I'm gonna go and just mark my areas out where I want to cut through or mulch up to. Start over here at the other side of our trees. Now, I know others have sort of cut down these trees and got rid of them. I'm gonna add a little bit of character. I'm gonna keep it so that we have some indication where we had a boundary here once. I think is really good. So straight across here like so, and then I want to go up to the top end of the field, and we will get this done up there. Now the GPS, the new assist hired worker and GPS and everything will handle islands in fields, so this should be fine, I think. We'll come up here and we'll line ourselves up down here and mulch across the ends there where we want to do here as well. So that just marks things out for us, and then we can come along here and hit this with our plow. In the meantime, we're just going to mulch the whole way along here So this means that everything will be mulched on both of these fields, and we'll get the maximum amount of yield out of it as a result. If I didn't mulch these first, we'd have a couple of strips all in our fields that just had that just weren't mulched. It would stick out like a sore thumb, and yeah, we want to avoid that. I'm also going to mulch down here and mulch this roadway. So this serves two purposes. One, we can more easily see where the roadway is and where we're doing up to, and two, of course, it helps to mulch the other bits. This will be much more patchy because obviously there is there's not grass everywhere here. Right, there we go. That has got this all mulched and done. So we can go and put this mulcher away, and I'm going to put it away in this shed this time. And we want to get the plow, which is also in this shed, and start marking things out. That way we'll prepare ourselves for next time and be able to just do this as one big field and get the hired worker doing it, as I said, while we get our silage cut done on the other field. Before we can get started though, our contractor has finished, so we will fold this up. Really quite pleased with that. That was fast, and I handled it with no problems whatsoever. That bodes well because this is the smallest field of these three contracts. The next two should go much more smoothly. I know that's famous last words because, yeah, of course, this is a very square field, but at the same time, I can't see why, if it had no problem with that, it would have a problem with this field here, which is straight across the road, and away it goes. And I can then come over here and just line this up. So we want to make sure we have allow create fields on. Yeah, there it is. So allow create fields is that button there. Unfold our plow. No, our plow is unfolded. Right. And then very carefully go down this edge here and merge these two bits like so. Right, and then we want to go and do the same in the middle of the field as well. To come along here, and where we've gone and mulched here, we're going to mark across here. A little bit further over than I'd liked. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to get things. And I'm going to give myself a second row up here. So let's turn the plow. Let's fold it. Turn it, please. There we go. Right, and down. That then gives us 2 wide. We're going to have to get a stone picker, I think. Because at the moment, we don't have one. And I think this job here, even just on this boundary, is going to pick up a load of stones, but I think the whole field is going to end up with a load of extra stones. Though at the moment it's only pulled up small stones, so we might get away with this. Right, and now that we've marked out the ends with a good amount of space, we can line ourselves up here and come across like this. I think we'll knock down the gears a little bit, and 3 passes is enough to get this clear, and that brings it to the end. Let's get the next bit done then, and that is over here. So other side of our island, try and keep this one a little bit better for where I'd marked out. There we are. Right, and turn it, go around the other way, move that bit out, and then we'll get rid of the roadway here. We're going to get a little bit of a kink in the field at this point. I might try and smooth that out. But in general, I think that is going to work pretty well. Turn it again. Yeah. And this road is now redundant because these two fields are connected. And if I don't actually get rid of the road, it means that this bit here is a little bit more difficult for a combine or whatever we're working. So yeah, we'll get rid of this roadway as well, and that will simplify things no end. Fun part then is in this corner, so bring this up to here. We want to make sure that we get a nice square corner at the edge of this field. We're only going to go up to the edge of the roadway. So back it up to there. Down. A bit further. Yeah. Oh, I think I want a little bit further than that. Although, actually, let's turn this and head back that way. It'll all be nicely positioned. Yeah. Slightly wrong because obviously I really want the plow to be turned the other way, but that gives that corner a nice little bit. That's good. We can go with that. Right, and then down. And are we good? We're good. Actually, that is the way around I want to do it. So that works. That works very nicely. And then we just need to do a little bit of cleanup, as I said, to smooth this bit out here. We've got quite a long section that can smooth in and follow the side a little bit better. So we'll just bring this along here. Come across here and draw it slowly in to the top corner as we do so, just to make everything that little bit smoother along this edge, and make everything work that little bit better as well. And there, that should do it. Nice smooth round corner. Oh, I'm very happy with that. I'm very, very happy with that. That has worked out perfectly. So let's just check now. How does this detect this field? Like that. And look, it's got our island out as well. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. That is completely what we wanted. So there we go. That is this field done. I have a strong feeling now, though, if we have a look at the soil composition here, this all needs lime. So that is our other job for today. We need to get this field limed now. Now that we have it sorted, let's turn off the allow create field. So limit it to the fields again. And we want to go and put this away in the shed. But yeah, that has worked perfectly. And we can now go and use that and get it all limed. Now, I don't know how much lime we have left from last time. So let's give that a check. We only have... no, we've got 2,101 litres. Actually, that might be enough. Because I don't think we used... Oof. I don't think we used that much lime on the last field. So I think we should be all right. Let's get this up. And steering assist. Okay. Yeah, I think we've left ourselves just enough space around the end as well. I think we're the end of this island here. I think we're going to be pretty good. We'll see how it goes, and yeah, if we need to fill up, we need to fill up. Still a little bit of a kink in that area there, but otherwise, yeah, that's fairly smooth for the most part. And yeah, this is not going to get the whole way around this field. We're already down to the last 9%. So yeah, we're going to have to go and find somewhere to fill up. I wonder if there is a lime station somewhere on here, or whether we need to go and buy the big bags to get it filled. We had a look around. There aren't any lime sell points or lime loading points. So I've got my telehandler here, and I've got my trailer, and we're gonna just go and grab some bags. I need to set myself to have the best steering, but also, how many do I need? So lime on my farm. I don't need to lime the grass field. I do need to lime this field, and apparently I need to lime 32. I thought we'd already limed that. Or did I? No, I thought this field had been limed, so that's a little bit weird. And in fact, I've just gone round and limed all of this field here. It's only limed the areas that I've plowed. Can I not lime mulched areas? Oh, wow. That's weird. So yeah, I can only lime where I've actually cultivated or plowed. That is new, I think. That's either a mess up on here. I thought you could lime where you'd mulched. That is not great. So that is going to have to be something we do after we have got the fields plowed. Because yeah, the only place that it's actually allowed us to lime has been where we've plowed. So I want to get, I need to check first how much will our vehicle take, our spreader take. That's the Breedle, 9,000 liters. So let's go and have a look, and we'll get, I think it's going to be 2,000 liter bags of lime. Yeah, 2,000 liter bags. So we will get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we'll get 6 bags of lime. That's only going to cost us 2,700. Yeah. So we will buy that. Yes. Okay. You can finance big bags. That's actually quite cool. So you can borrow the money for 6 months for your bags of seeds and pay it off once you've harvested them. It's quite good. I quite like that. Financing, it seems to be a really nice mod. Right, and then down and in. Up. There is no way to pay off the financing straight off, though. You know, you have to just pay the monthly amount. So that's always the bit to keep an eye on. Oh, and our contract has finished again, so we better go and move that to its final field and get these back. But it's gonna mean that liming these fields is something we have to wait to do until after we've got them plowed. So it's going to be an October job, that one. This is our final field for the contracting for today, so we'll get this set up. And I noticed something as I was heading over here with the quad track, that on the map we still own field 25. We did all that work to clear the bales off it in the first episode, and then we never sold the field. So we have 62,667 sitting there. We need 78. So we'd actually have enough money to buy this area now if we wanted to. So I think that will be something for us to look at next time as well, just to get that cleared off and to make a bit of money from that. So all in all, I think we're fairly well set up going into the next month. We will pick up all the money for the contracts next time, and we'll see exactly how well we've done with those. That quad track can just continue on with the contract itself and finish things off. There's no point in me doing any more liming today. We basically can't do anything, and yeah, it's all done and dusted and looking pretty good. We'll get this. I might get this loaded up is the only thing. we're gonna need this flatbed, but the sun's fading, to be honest, and there's not much more to do on the farm today. We are nicely set up going into November, though, as I said. Yeah, in fact, there goes the light. So I think we'll park all of this up and pick it up next time. It is some very, very thick fog here this morning on Pallegney. It's so dark. It's what 20 to 8 in the morning. It is November, but yeah, the whole place has just been swallowed by this thick fog. We've got it for the next 3 hours. So we're going to get the 7810 here. We're going to get that started on the plowing first today. So let's start it up and get it going. So if we put a hired worker on that, that should get this whole field. So this is the field it's going to do. So that should be good. It's going to do up and down first. So we'll let that go and we'll leave that to it. Yeah, blocked by me. Over here, we've got the quad track. So this has finished the job that it was doing. And, oh, that sun's a bit bright coming through that fog. So we are going to get this going. And, well, we're going to get this collected. So our 3 contracts from yesterday, they give us a total of actually nearly 20,000. So we'll collect all of those. That is very useful. And we're going to go and have a look at another set of contracts for today. We want something that's fairly easy to do. There's a lot of harvesting contracts, but they're all vegetable ones, pretty much. There's a couple of other ones, but nothing I think that we can actually get going with our own harvester. So yeah, we're gonna have to leave those. Wow, there's some really well-paying contracts there, though. There's a couple of plowing contracts and some stone picking, but no, we're gonna leave all of that. Instead, we need to go and find our other tractor, which is over this way, and we are gonna go and cut the grass field, ready to get it rowed up. And well, the consensus seems to be that we should use our silage clamps. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to get this cut. We're going to get this rowed. And we're going to basically make silage from it. Is there anywhere in my farm that I have for fuel? No, doesn't look like we have a fuel point on the farm. So I think we need to purchase that. And to do that... What's that? That's a small bunker silo. These are bunker silos over here as well, I think. I hope. I hope that they are also bunker silos, because if they aren't, we are gonna have to do silage bales. I kind of want to get rid of the bunker silo we have here. I think we've got a much better use for this area down here. So are these bunker silos? Yeah, these are bunker silos. So I'm going to sell off this, and we're going to use this area down here as a better area for us. So let's zoom in here. Quite difficult to see all this in this fog, but we'll pick that. So that's going to bring us in 7,421. So we'll sell that. Yes. And then we've got a whole load of decoration here. We'll sell that. And that clears off all of that. And just sort of gives us an area down here where we can actually now store equipment. We might even be able to put a lean-to shed down here. But what sheds have we got? We got a sort of a small metallic shed or something that we can use. We've got this 3-sided corrugated shed here. I think we might have to wait until we have a little bit better sunlight for this. But certainly we could fit a couple of these down here to sort of get that. But until this fog clears, I think that's going to be quite difficult. What I do want to do, and I think we'll probably do up this end, is put a fuel tank in. So let's do that. That's going to go down this end here. We want a container, and I think we want a mid-sized fuel tank, so sort of the 10,500 one here. We want to get it here. We're going to have to do a place anywhere set up like that, and bam, that should do what we're after. That's taken our money down fairly considerably, and we're only gonna get about, I think, 2,000 liters in here for now. Should do us. There we go, and that'll give us enough fuel to get started today. So we'll head over here and fill this up like so. Turn the engine off, and yep, we'll fill it off that. And once we're full, we can get ourselves started up. And I'm going to go round the field, I think. It's not overly easy to see, but we've got our crops are beginning to come up. In fact, do we have any weeds in this field? Or, yes, there are weeds. So we're going to need to deal with the weeds in that field this month as well. Because if we don't, they're going to grow too big over the winter, and that's going to leave us with a problem. So we'll head down the side here. I can't even see the viaduct. It is just hidden in this deep fog down the bottom here, which is just not great. I'm also considering putting a road between these fields here. I don't know if we'd actually be able to, whether we actually own this land. But yeah, we kind of I'd like to do that. And I'm gonna annoy a couple of people now, because I'm gonna start my headland on the inside of the field, and then once we've got this headland cut, I'm then gonna drive all over the cut grass. But for this first bit, I think we want to just stick in the field. We'll drive over the grass we haven't cut, and we'll get this going. But this thick fog is so thick. I think if I wasn't being guided by the GPS, I would be having a lot of trouble here. This is really deep, really thick fog, and not a huge amount of fun. You can't see anything coming out of it. It's just, yeah, incredibly scary. I'm not expecting the grass to drop under here. I think we'll end up with a lump the far side, just like that. And yeah, onto that and down. Oh, this is yeah, I'm not 100% sure around these edges exactly where all of my lines are. It's not picking them up very easily sometimes with these maneuvers. There we go. It can be a little bit finicky when you're down in sort of these corners here, and you're trying to maneuver. Oh, back. Oh, that is down. Not easy to tell sometimes. Right, and that's up to there. We are again underneath here. So it will drop a big pile down the other side. Get on that, and away we go again. Nope, we're lifted. Into reverse. Down. Back on our line, and away into the fog again we go. I think we're coming up to the point at which we started. Yeah, this is the corner here where we started cutting. So we'll bring that up to here. Reverse this round. And back. There we are. And then back it out again. Now we can drive over where we've already cut, and that makes more sense. And again, back to us being realistic. Headlands are cut, we're now able to get this going. Although I have heard in the past that the way that this gets cut is to go round this way and go in on the second row, and then cut the headland, the road that we're driving on now, last, which makes sense a little bit. I can understand why, because you'd want the damaged bit to be on the outside, maybe, and maybe in future that's the way I'll go with this, and we'll cut it like that, starting with this second row, and then once we've got the second row cut, moving out to the first row and getting this outer headland cut after that. We're coming back around to the top of the field, and the fog is starting to clear, thankfully. It's still quite thick. It's still yeah, fairly horrible, but it should clear up in the not too distant future. It is absolutely like trying to mow through pea soup here. Quite astounding how deep the fog is. I found it easier actually to drive in cab when dealing with this fog, which is yeah, has been much easier. Right, we're gonna cut in on one of these rows. I kind of would like to get a front mower, but I don't think we have the power. Let's see, what power do we have in our John Deere? So this has 116 horsepower. The mower we have has 100 horsepower requirement. So yeah, we couldn't do it with this. However, I think we could do it with our 7810. I think we could get the front mower and cut a lot quicker. Having said that, not really a requirement, because we're gonna, excuse the pun, cut down how much grass we're going to be cutting. We're basically, this first year, as I've said before, we're doing a big cut of hay and a big cut of silage, and then we're going to turn around and reduce the size of this field. That actually was a really good lineup for getting that bit of the field cut down, and just sort of dealing with this small area here. So I think we'll go back and forth along here and just get this lot out, and then we'll cut in again in a little while. Cutting in, I think, gives us the best area to work with, and the most efficient way of cutting this. So we will continue to do it that way. This is going fairly well, and I'm hoping, well, the fog is lifting now, so that's good. Hopefully by early afternoon we'll be able to see what we're doing a bit more. First part almost done. We'll cut in again and work our way through. It has gone midday, so this is taking a little while. Not the end of the world. Once the ploughing has finished, we'll be able to get back into sort of doing 2 tractors worth at the same time. We do have 2 days to get all of this done, so I'm not too worried about that. But it is quite a lot of mowing, and this is the first time I've done the mowing. Last time we got a hired worker to do this job. I'm quite enjoying it. It's a really fun job to do, and yeah, the fog is now definitely lifting, so that's really good news. It's going to become easier and easier for me to get going through here. While we get into the next row, I want to see exactly where our plow has got to. So let's have a look on here, and needs plowing. Oh yeah, it's doing a grand job. That's working well. Now, if I can get this field cut, rowed, and collected up today, or by the end of tomorrow, what we should end up with is the ability to get the cows by the new year. It'll take a couple of months for our silage to ferment in the silo. We are basically going to stick all of this in the silo and ferment it, and then We've got two silage clamps, 2 silage silos. We can then spend the year filling the other one up, and hopefully have enough feed to do the cow from one for the entire year, and keep alternating between the two is the plan. I'm basically just going to keep filling the other one up until the first one is emptied and used. Is the general plan, and we'll go from there. I'm going to probably try and use some silage additive for the first time, as we're going to be using the silage clamp. So that is going to require well, I think we should be able to get a fairly good forage wagon. Consensus seems to be that let's not do wrapped bales, let's do a forage wagon and do a silage clamp. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to go and get that and work it that way. I'll bring this up here. Last row on this far side here, I think. Oh no, we might have 2. We've got 2 more to go over here. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do with this. That means all we need to do is get this windrow up and then collect it with a forage wagon. And a forage wagon, I think, might be cheaper than us getting a bale wrapper, and will probably take us less time as well, because all we have to do is go around the field with the wagon and get this all collected up. I really wish you could buy the woodland area next to field 90, sort of between these 2 fields here. 90 there buys that, 88 buys that, and then all this woodland here between the 2 is not purchasable, and that's a little bit annoying. I would really like to have been able to have bought that land and got it, been able to put a road through it, or got some wood from it, or anything like that. But yeah, it's not a purchasable area as far as I can tell, which is just that little bit annoying. There's an area in my farm that I can't go and purchase and I can't use, which would be a very usable area. So if I could, that would have been great. Just there's no way of clicking on it at all, and I think there's a lot of woodland like that on the map. I can buy this scrap land there, but I can't buy a woodland area in the middle. There are woodland areas you can buy, but it's all a little bit out of our price range, and of course it's not in the middle of our farm either, which is the annoying thing about it. But yeah, I think I would really like to have been able to buy that and do some stuff with it, but of course that's not possible. It also makes it harder for me to build a road down the side there, because I'm not sure the bit of land I want to build the road on I own, and so I'm going to have to take away from my own field just that little bit. I really love how the fog and the mist hangs around in the bottom of the river on this map. It's absolutely beautiful, and the way the viaduct is just coming out of that mist is pretty incredible. I'm really liking that. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful maps for Farm Sim I think I've ever played, and it is pretty incredible, the beauty of this. Absolutely loving playing this. There's not been a dull time on this map. It is, even with this thick fog, it's still been utterly beautiful. I think this fog is going to be hanging around with us all day. It is just not leaving at the moment. I think it might be a little bit further out. I think it might have left us alone, but where we are down the bottom here, it is just thick, and it's down by the water. That doesn't overly surprise me, to be honest. It is the kind of area where I would expect there to be a deep fog, really. Not 100% sure where I'm opening up to at the moment. Yeah, we're opening up to a bit that's a little bit less length. But that's all right. We should then get this little corner bit here done, and that will then allow us to head back up the field with sort of the last cut there. And with that last cut, we'll then complete things. So yeah, we'll get rid of this little triangle we've got down here. I think we might, where things are a little bit weird under the bridge, I think we might end up not having that as part of the grass field. I think that might be an area that will be, well, it's a little bit odd. It does work for us and we can do stuff with it, but it's yeah, I'm not 100% sure exactly what to do with that at the moment. And here, try not to go into the river. We're good. Yeah, and then we'll clear off this little area here. That won't take much work. And then we'll head back up to the top end of the field and just cut the last of it up. It is already 2:45 though, so I think between this doing now and I think our plow is taking a little while to get the job done. This is probably the job we'll get done today, and then tomorrow we'll get both tractors working on this field. We'll get this road up, we'll get it into the silage clamp, and hopefully we can get it all compacted as well, and starting to make something that we can feed the cows. Only a couple of rows left. It's yeah, just this triangle at the top corner here. The fog is still kicking around. It's still blindingly bright as we go through here. But yeah, we have at least got this job done. I'm hoping for a clearer day tomorrow, although we'll see what happens. If we're lucky, it will be nice and clear. One thing I haven't checked actually, while we've got a patch of grass here left, moisture is 18.28 and ideal moisture is between 18 and 22. So we're not perfect moisture. Perfect moisture would have been 20. The grass is a little bit dry, but it is at least in our target. So that's very good news. The yield could have been dropped a fair amount if that hadn't been the case. We had to cut it now. There wasn't that much choice. But yeah, I think we've cut it when the yield has been pretty decent. And we should get a very nice amount of grass off here to turn into silage. So with this job done, I think I want to go and stick the mower back up here somewhere. Oh, actually, we've got space in this shed here. The shed here isn't bad, but it's very sort of open, and there's not a huge amount of space here, but it does work for the most part. We now have all that extra space down the bottom that we can put another shed in, and I'm going to go looking, I think, for a shed that we can go and place there. The other thing we probably need to get around here is something to wash our tractors with. We currently don't have any kind of washing platform at all. So I think we want to try and get something maybe that we can stick into the workshop and then just roll out when we need it. That is perfect. Right. How's our plow doing? Plow isn't doing too bad. It's kind of doing something a little bit funky and creating a giant trough through the middle of my field at the moment, but it has at least made it across most of the field. We'll be able to get this field limed once we've done this, because apparently liming on top of mulch doesn't work. And in fact, I don't think liming on top of anything other than plowed and cultivated seems to work. So hopefully this tractor won't take too long to complete this job. It will be going into the evening. I can't believe how much of the fog is still kicking around here. That's a huge amount. But this tractor's got quite a big bit of headland to go as well. You can see it here. So this tractor will probably go into the evening. We want to load up the... Actually, I don't want to... I want to leave these here. We don't want to be loading this up. What I do want to have a look at is the forage wagons, because we're going to need to pick one of those up next time, and it's going to be very important as to how much we spend. 30,000 for the Poting at the small Boss Alpine. Then it's 77,500 for the one above that at 130 horsepower, 150, 150. Oh, wow. We could get any of these ones, and that would be good. I'm kind of tempted to go for this one. I mean, it's 170,000. Sorry, it is 77,000. We could add a silage additive tank, so I think that's a good choice. That would require leasing for 4,054. Financing it would cost us, if we did it for a year, if we did it for 2 years, that would be 10%. Yeah, I'm very much thinking we want to lease this year and go from there. 6 months purchase on it. We could possibly do enough contracts to keep it going. And yeah, look at the harvesting contracts we've got on here. So many of those. That would keep us going fairly well. No, we do have a hoeing contract, and yeah, only the one. So there's quite a lot to consider. I think we'll leave our plow going though, and the fog continues to hang around on the farm. A little bit of a shorter one today because there's not much more we can do. I don't think we have a weeder even that we can get stuff done with. That actually, before I finish things off, let us just check that. I don't think we have a weeder to have a go at stuff with. No, not at the moment. So weeder is something we're going to have to pick up next time as well. Yeah, there's no weeder in here at all. So yeah, we'll have to pick that up. Lots to do in the rest of November. Having cut all of the grass last time, we now need to get it rowed up and collected. So on the back of our tractor here, we've got the windrower. We're going to take this down to the field and get it started with the hired worker. And then I'm going to take the 7810 down to the shop and grab us a forage wagon, because we are going to use our 2 remaining silage clamps for this. So let's start this up. It's fairly early morning, so the hired worker's putting the lights on the tractor. Right, and that should get this all rowed up, which will be great, and we can just come and follow it with the 7810 once we've got the trailer. So we'll get this started up and out of this shed. We're in reverse at the moment. We did get the ploughing all finished overnight, so that took a while longer to get done, but it has now all been finished, and field 103 and 31 are merged. We do need to get the lime on there, but that's a job that we can wait to not do today. One job that we do need to do today is to get the oats weeded. If we don't get those weeded today, then we're going to end up with just a field full of weeds, and they're quite small at the moment, so that should give us the opportunity to get them cleared out fairly quickly. And it should also allow us to use a weeder rather than a hoe, which is going to save us a fair bit of cash as well. So we'll pull the tractor up here, park in the parking spot, and jump out and grab equipment we need for today. Now I think we're going to have to lease the trailer Because looking at the forage wagons, yeah, unless we go for the small one, which I'd prefer not to. The Faro here with 130 horsepower requirement, that's 77,500, which we just don't have. So what we're going to do is get this leased. We'll put the Michelin tires on it. We are going to do a silage additive tank because we're almost exclusively using this for silage. And then we need to select someone for the number plate. And selecting somebody at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, we have number 1 Edinburgh Gaming. Thank you for your support. I am going for #1 Edinburgh on here. That fits it fairly well. And we will go okay. And yeah, we want to lease that. This is going to cost us 4,054 to lease it. We did have a look at financing this last time, but I think this is a better way to go for now. And together with that, we're going to grab some silage additive. There's only 60 liters that we're going to grab. So I'm going to put a couple of these in. We will buy that. Yes, that's 5,900. Wow, that's more than the cost of hiring the actual forage wagon. And then we want to have a look at a weeder as well. And there's the Gornick here that isn't very expensive, and we can keep it down to this first level. I think just having this around and using this would work quite well. So I'm going to buy that as well. And that takes us down to 13,591. So while I'm here at the shop, let's just have a quick look and see what jobs there are. There are several cultivating contracts. 779, 519, 779. So we want to get the equipment with field 48. So we'll borrow the items for that. And then I'm going to accept the contract on 4. And I'm going to accept the contract on 51. Okay, and so we want to get it to go and do 4 and 51 first. And if we get this tractor all set up, the navigation around this map is actually quite good. So we're going to go and do that. 48 is the field that we got this for. It is right by the shop. So I'm not looking to send it straight off to that. We'll get this backed up onto here, attach that. And then we can get the hired worker to head off and do that. What do we got? We've got 51 up the top there. We have 4 over here. I think we want to send it to do 4 first. So create job, field work. We want it to come down here. And by the looks of it, our best bet is going to be this corner here, like so. Start job. Is that going to do it? It doesn't seem to be lost. It seems to be calculating its route, which is great news. So now we can get back in this and head off with the silage additive and the trailer. We might have to come back up here, I think, and grab the second pallet. And I think the traffic is trying to work its way out of this. We might have to go and nurse that tractor back itself by the looks of things. Yeah, I think we're going to have to. Let's fill this up with silage additive. And that only takes 10 liters, so we've overspent on the silage additive a bit. One of the things I like about this map is the fact that even though it is fairly small roads and tracks and things around here, you can still get the bigger machines for contracts down to the fields you need to get them down, which is very, very useful. Having said that, I thought this bridge was going to be wider than it is, and this is going to be a very interesting maneuver. Also, the nose of this tractor is a little bit longer than I expected. Okay, we can definitely get the tractor across. That cultivator, though, that is going to take a little bit more work. I nearly came the northern route and thought, no, I'll be fine. This will be absolutely okay. We can definitely get ourselves down here this way, but this is going to take a little bit of maneuvering, especially after having said, oh, I can still get all the big equipment where I need to. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I've caught a pine on the corner there. Back that up, straighten that up slightly. Farmer's going to be really happy to see me doing this with his equipment. There we go, we've cleared it now. Yeah, and then that's just over here and into this field here, and we can set this going. Perfect. Those cultivating contracts should allow us to recoup the money that we've spent getting this forage wagon today, and allow us to sort of get started on clearing things up. And then, yeah, we're looking at selling field 25 and hopefully having enough money to buy this rough area here to convert into a vineyard come the new year. Down here like this. How are we doing with this? Okay, we're doing all right. This tractor and this trailer, this forage wagon, actually work pretty well together. So I'm quite happy with that. That is really good. And we've hit a max trailer. Yeah, we have. So because we have the trailer weight limit on, that means we don't necessarily always get a full trailer. 21,469 litres we can get in here before we hit max weight. So that's pretty good. And yeah, it's going to take a lot of trips. I am very pleased I got this larger trailer, because if I'd got the smaller one, we'd be doing double the trips to get this field collected up. I'm going to start with the far one of these. I think, actually, no, I'm going to start with the near one of these because it looks slightly bigger. And this is going to be the larger collection of grass for now. So we'll back this into here. We'll get a bucket for the telehandler as well. We'll need to do that in order to get this to do. And tip that there. And that is our first 21,000 litres of grass. We are going to have a lot of grass going into here, and we're going to make a lot of silage. It strikes me there are two ways that you create silage bales. One is when you have so little silage that you're creating that you just don't really have a huge amount that you're going to be putting into a silage clamp like this. And then the other is when you have the opposite, where you have so much silage that you're creating that it won't fit in your silage clamps. And as a result, you need to create bales just in order to take all of the silage. It's quite an interesting bit where the silage clamp sits in the middle. I know that there are some maps and some places where you just have humongous silage clamps. And yeah, those very much sort of negate all of that. But yeah, it is one of those things where I think on here I'd have to start creating silage bales once my clamps were full and I had nowhere else to put this grass. First contract for the day is complete and the 8RT is all done. So we'll get this folded up. And we're going to transport this now up the other end of the map. We're going up to field 51. It is about as far away from us as we can get here. And yeah, I'm not going to negotiate the bridge again in order to take the most direct route. I don't think the hired worker would have gone this way. And then, yeah, we'll head up to 51 and get this one started. And eventually we get ourselves over to the other side of Pallegney and pull ourselves into field 51 here, and we can get this contract started. Meanwhile, our 3650 has finished windrowing as well. So I'm going to go and take this We'll drop the windrower off at the farm. And then what I want to do is go and get the weeder and get this weeding the oat field, which is slightly more important. We are running low on time really to get all this collected up, but I think it's more important that we get rid of those weeds today than worry too much about picking all this up. We've got plenty of time to get all of this picked up, and I can always go and spend a day off camera doing that. But right now we need to go and get the weeds dealt with. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to have a problem. And while they're small, they're nice and easy to handle. And I think, yeah, I don't need to change my tires either. So we'll be good. We'll go and do that. Swap this out. I think. Oh yeah, no, this we're putting in the shed up here. Still haven't picked out some new sheds to put down the bottom there. I will do that though, because we do need a little bit more storage space. We're getting more and more equipment, and we're going to have less and less space to store it. Back from the shop with the weeder, and we'll just take this round and get it started. What's the time? 20 past 2. We spent an hour faffing about with the hired workers for the contract and getting this weeder. So we really need to get back to doing what we were doing. Let's start that off. That's all unfolding. Yeah, looking very good. This should deal with the weeds on here. We'll come and check on it in a bit. But I really need to get back to collecting up all this grass, because we haven't even finished the headlands yet. This is our 4th trailer though, so we're already up to 84,000 litres in our silage clamp. 85,890 is the total after 4 trailers. That's really good. I'm very, very happy with that. And we've still not got the headland done. I think the headland is probably going to send us over 100,000 litres in there. And then we still have everything in the middle of the field to get collected up. That is excellent. It's going to give our cows a really good start. Just checking on the progress of my weeder quickly, because it's done most of the field at this point. And yeah, look at that. We're getting them small enough to clear them off the field. So very, very happy with that. That was money well spent. And going forwards, we should end up needing that every year, because I'm not looking to plow my fields very often, to the point, in fact, where I'm not sure we're going to need to plow much beyond this first year. It may be a piece of equipment that we can do without and maybe hire only when we want to merge a couple of fields together, or when we get a new field. Because at the moment, yeah, once we got these 2 fields merged together, and once we've got the grass field sorted, although the grass field, I don't think the grass field needs plowing, does it? Let's see. No, it's need rolling and needs plowing. No, our grass field doesn't need plowing, so I'm not sure we actually need the plow anymore. We might be able to rip the grass up with the cultivator, and if that's the case, then we can get a little bit of money in by selling off our plow that we no longer need. So let's tip this here. And yeah, that then pays for the weeder, which is much more useful to us, because we're going to need that a lot more than we're going to need the plow going forwards. It's taken 2 full days to cut and collect all of the grass on this field. It really is a massive, massive grass field, which is why we're going to convert it to an arable field for the most part. It is just too big an area for us to continually do grass work on. We'll do just as well by converting the top half of this field to an arable field, and cutting the bottom bit down by the viaduct into just a little bit of grass that we can get some extra stuff off. I think we're going to be good with hay bales for a while. I think we're definitely going to be good with silage for a while. We've got a massive amount on here. Our AI worker. So that is the weeder has finished its work, which is great news. So we can get this emptying here. I'm going to pull it forward slightly. And we can start this up. We'll put some lights on because it's got fairly dark. It's only 5:30 in the evening, but it's got pretty dark because it's November. And this does question whether we're going to be going into December or doing much in December. We're not going to have very long days. And not much daylight, so I'm a little bit unsure as to exactly how much we'll get done in December. We could pick things up in March, but we do have some fields to reconfigure and some lime to spread, so there's a few bits and pieces to do. We might have a look at that. We now have nowhere to put this weeder, I don't think, so I'm going to leave it on the back of the tractor for now as we go and park this up in here. And contract is finished on field 51. So we can go and deal with that quickly, and that can go into the evening, and we'll pick those up next time. So start this up. Fold up the equipment on that. And this then needs to go down to field 48, starting that in the evening, and that will go well into the evening to complete that. But that needs completing tonight. If that's not done tonight, then that contract will be failed. And I would rather not be charged for this equipment without earning money for the contract. In fact, we need the lights on this as well. So I should be able to get into field 48 just up the corner here. And we can then leave this working into the evening. This time of year, it gets dark so early. Right, leave that going there, and that can work this field. And with the last of the grass coming out of our forage wagon here, we are at... how much have we got in here? Why isn't it telling me? Here we go. 171,000 litres. And we're not done yet. So I'm going to get into the evening here, collecting the rest of this up. And we should have, well, we're going to have well over 200,000 litres of silage created from this. We might even have 300,000 litres. We will check up on that next time. We have started to have some snowfall here on Pallegney. So all work has stopped on our fields on the farm. We've already got a couple of centimeters on the ground. We're expecting another 3 to 4 centimeters. So this is not going to be a light snowfall that we've got here. So I'm not expecting actually to be able to do much on the farm before springtime. However, that doesn't mean that there isn't some things for us to do and get out of the way before winter comes in. First things, fully comes in. First thing is we got our tractor and our cultivator here from yesterday's contracts. And if we have a look at these, we've got these 3 contracts here that can be completed. So we will collect that, and collect that. That has given us roughly 15,000 into the kitty, which is good news. I think we should probably put our spreader and our, the 7810 we might have a use for today. But we definitely need to put the spreader away. We're not going to be spreading lime anytime soon. That is going to be something that happens when the ground eventually clears. So we want to get this into the end shed here, which is where it normally sits. We want to see if we can actually do some stuff with our sheds. And maybe build the new sheds depending on how much money we have. At the moment, the area around there or around the far side is a bit of a storage area to the right hand side of the screen right now. That's a bit of a storage area, and I think eventually we'll want to build a shed there. At the moment, we don't really have the money to do it, so I kind of want to avoid that. Tempted to get some cows today, but we don't have any silage yet. So what I think we're going to do is take the telehandler down to the shop and get rid of a piece of equipment that we've had kicking around for a while. We've got this manure fork here. This has been kicking around for a while, so I think we can get rid of this. Don't know if do we have a small flatbed trailer or something I can take with me, or is it just a big one that we've got the lime on? I think it might just be the big one we've got the lime on. Not got a lot of eggs out yet, but I think we don't have a huge amount of... Yeah, we've only got 24 chickens, so that's going to take a while. If we want to get a larger amount of eggs out, I think we're going to have to build a new chicken coop. That we can take more than just 30 chickens that we've got around the farm. So yeah, that's something that's going to be needed. So I think the first thing we probably want to do is get these bags of lime unloaded, and then we can load the things up onto the trailer that we want to get loaded up, and get them up to the shop, get the things that need to be sold, and get the new bits that we need to buy bought. On with the center bogan, and yeah, we'll unload these. What I would like to do today is get my silage clamp. We want to get that spread out, compacted and covered. That way by the springtime we will have a load of silage, and then we can get the cows and start getting some milk produced, and start making some money. The other thing today is the prices of our canola and our... so the price of our canola has reached best price. We want to be selling that today. It's at 1,331 and 1,313 is the best. So we want to sell that today. We've got a few planks and prefab walls and things kicking around as well, and wood beams. I don't know quite where those are. Those must be kicking around the farm somewhere. We've got some wheat that will be sellable. Do we have anything else? Yeah, we've got oats. Oats will sell in January as well. So we've not got ourselves a mill yet to start creating any flour. So I'm looking at selling most of my crops this year. I think we'll put these down the side here where our lime spreader is, and that will store them quite nicely. And a good reason to put the lime spreader over the side there. Can't see anything from that angle. There we go. So yeah, we'll get these unloaded in here, and then I'm going to get that manure fork onto the flatbed. We'll head down to the shop and we'll go and pick up some bits and pieces that we still need for the farm, and that will help us come the new year, and that will also allow us to get our silage compacted, ready to go. Wow, look at that. So the forecast for the snow has changed. We are in for quite a deep amount of snow. 5 to 6 inches, 5 to 6 centimeters is well over 2 inches of snow expected. I think we might end up getting snowed in here on the farm, and yeah, that is going to pay pretty much to us doing anything over the winter here. I think it is very much going to be skip forwards until we have some clear space on the ground. Lost one of those, and then we can go from there. Yeah, gonna have to come back and get that. That is slightly annoying. Right, that over there, like so. It isn't going to be quite as tidy as I'd hoped, but never mind. Yeah, there we go. Maneuver that over there, like so. Those can go down and back it out. Back that out. There we go. It's this front one now that has got itself at a weird angle and makes it almost impossible to pick it up. I'll have to come in from the side and fix this. Right, we'll get this fixed, and then we'll move on to getting some more jobs done around here. So I managed to get it all turned around and in position. So let's just back this off, line myself up, and hopefully I can then just come in here and get these all in the right place. Widen that a little bit. Okay, and in. Yep. And lifting that up should correct them all, put them back down, and back out. Perfect. Right. Now I'm just going to grab... I'm hoping I can grab this manure fork under our pallet forks here, because this manure fork is for a front loader, and I don't have a front loader to pick it up, obviously. If we bounce it onto the forks. Oh, almost. Now I've got it at the side. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. That is on there. Wow. I'm amazed. I'm amazed I managed to actually get that on those forks in a way that's staying on there at the moment. I'm not going to test this too long, though. We'll get this onto the flatbed as quickly as we can. Hopefully with as few bumps as possible. We're up to 7 to 8 centimeters of snow expected now. This is going to be quite a deep snowfall on here. And yeah, going to be a long while before all that melts, I think. We're heading for a maximum of 5 degrees, so it might melt a bit, but we're going to go as low as -8. And as you can see, we're not getting a lot of sun. But that is on the trailer. We will get that strapped down. Oh, we can get 2 straps to it. And we'll head down to the shop and go and get ourselves, I think, a couple of tools we want. In fact, we'll drop off our forks because we're going to want to get a bucket and probably a leveler. I think we'll probably just get the bucket. We do have a leveler that we can pick up, but right now we're looking to keep our costs down a little bit, and I think getting a bucket is just going to fit us a lot better for what we're doing on the farm than getting a specific leveler for the silage pit. So down to the shop, and we're just going to try and pull this into the sell point, which is over here. Oh, I know why I wanted my forks down here. We'll have to try and pick those up with the bucket. Yeah, I wanted to bring back my silage additive that I had. Right, we're going to bring this into here. I'm hoping it picks up the trailer. Let's see. And it does. What number plate have I got on the trailer? We need to check that. This Albert fork with grapple, this is what we're looking to sell. We'll give it an £11 repaint. And then that is going to sell for 2,343. So let's sell that. Yes. Okay. Right. I just want to customize this and check. Yeah, we don't have a license plate on this trailer. So I think we need to select somebody at random. And congratulations to Tanner Reilly. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so I'm going to put Tanner Reilly on here. I am missing out 3 of the E's from your name. But that fits it on there. And thank you very much for your support. And that now gets pretty much all of our equipment upgraded. So we'll check. So we will customize that. Yes. Okay. Right. And I think we're all right for this. Yep. We've got Farmer J on this number plate. So let's hook this back up. And then we will reverse this out. And yeah, I am slightly annoyed I forgot to bring, or I decided not to bring the forks. There was a reason why I had those on there, and or why I was thinking about bringing them, and I kind of just straight up forgot. So let's pop into the shop and see what we can get. So anything in the sales today? No, there is a Volvo L180H and its bucket are both available. Those would be fantastic if we were doing any kind of root crops on here, I think. But for what we're doing at the moment, well, although actually that would be really good for silage clamp as well. But that is way beyond what I can afford. Even with financing, I can't afford that. So We are going to pick up a couple of telehandler tools. I think our best bet is a universal bucket. I could pick up a manure fork as well, but that is pretty expensive. And the universal bucket takes 2,600 liters. The manure fork only takes 1,700. So yeah, we want this. Nothing to really customize on it, so we will just buy it. Yes, okay. And I think that is all we're going to require from down here. Now I've got to try and use the bucket to pick up these two pallets as well. I can't believe I bought everything up here except for the one bit of kit I needed to effectively pick these pallets up. Trying to pick them up with this bucket is not going to be great, and we will pick them up properly when we get to the other end. So bring that round here like this. We're going to probably get a load of snow with them, which is really annoying as well. Will both fit in the bucket at once? They might do. That would make my life easier. Can I flick them up? No, we might have to actually... You know what? I think what I might do, because there are going to be times when I come down here with a tractor and trailer, and there's something I normally do in all of the shops that I have on maps. I think we will see if we can get a forklift in here. I think that would be a very wise choice. So let's do that. So forklifts, I'm going to get the Manitou because I don't think this will handle the snow. So we will get that. We will put the BKT tires on it, and I think, what's the difference between all these wheels? I think we want to get some larger-ish tires on here, which is basically the rear, the front twins. Yeah, we will put these front twin wheels on it. So let's lease that. That is going to be to lease for 4,000. Wow, no. We'll leave the standard wheels on. So lease that. That's still 4,000 to lease it. Yes. Okay. If I returned this today, I would get a huge chunk of that back from doing this. But it's just such a useful piece of kit to have down at the shop for loading stuff up, and means I don't have to come down here with the Cenoboggan all the time. We might get this refunded and get one down here that belongs to the shop. I always think that that's a good thing for maps to have, and I'm slightly disappointed that it doesn't seem to be taken up by many map creators. The idea of giving the shop a forklift so people can load up their purchases. They always need to bring something like the Manitou down to the shop to do it. So, not the Manitou, the Cenoboggan. The Manitou, of course, is the forklift here, and is a useful little forklift. Will allow us to get all of this up here, and paying the amount to have this down at the shop each day actually, I think, makes sense. So, in and round and on, and that just makes our life a little bit easier to have that there. Although, again, not as easy as doing it with telehandler. But then that's why I like having it here, because it's that little bit more of a challenge. So we'll get these strapped on. 1, 2, there we go. And we'll head back down to the farm, having got that all set up. The expected snow level has continued to increase. We are up to 10 to 11 centimeters. Where we've driven already, the snow is already getting refilled. It's a massive amount of snow that's kicking around on here. I'm going to bring this trailer around and just park it here a little bit under this awning, because I want to unload this stuff into our pallet storage. So, connect the trailer, and we'll head over. Whoa, a little bit slidey in the yard with all this snow on the ground, and we'll go and compact down our silage, because we need to get this compacted and sorted today. I think the snow is going to prevent us moving it much further out. So really, it's going to be a case of getting this up on here, using the space that we already have, and trying to compact what we have into a new area. Either that, or I'm going to have to try and clear the snow out from the rest of the clamp. But I don't think we need to. I think we've got plenty of space here. And currently we are 3% compacted, so this might take me a little bit of time. I need to smooth it out, make this much less of a steep climb though for me. Because as you can see, my telehandler really isn't making it up the top very easily. I'm about a quarter of the way through compacting this. The snow has stopped and it's gone down. It had gone from it got up as high as 11 centimeters forecast. We're now down to just 1, and it doesn't seem to have added that much, so that's good. I don't think we're heading for blizzard conditions, which is very helpful. We should be able to get this compacted today. It is now just a case of driving back and forth, moving it a little bit, and basically trying to get it so that we're able to move around and move it around. At some point, driving over it won't have the desired effect anymore, and at that point I'll start moving stuff around on the top here again. But I might need to actually go and clear the rest of the clamp out so that I can spread this out a bit more and make sure I can get it all done. Because at the moment we've not got a lot of space. There will come a time when this is just not going down and not compacting anymore, and then I need to move things about to make sure that I can get it all doing what it should. It's going fairly well at the moment though. I think we're on course to have this done by the end of the day. The snow is melting. We are 43% of the way through, and I thought we were going to be completely stopped from doing anything today. But it looks like the snow is gone, and we might actually be able to get some other stuff done. It is already 20 past 2 in the afternoon though. I was expecting the snow to be so much worse than it has been. And in fact, it's turned into quite a clear, warm day. It's got up as high as 6 degrees C. We weren't expecting it to get that high on here at all today. But we do still have to get this compacted and done because I want to get the cows in March, and in order to do that we need something to feed them, and at the moment we don't have anything. However, one thing that this snow melting does do is allow us to spread this out into the rest of this silage clamp. So that's what I'm going to do. We're about halfway there so far. So let's start spreading this into the rest of the clamp, and that way we will be able to get this to compact so much quicker. 3/4 of the way through, and we are looking very nice. I'm very, very pleased with this. We've managed to get this in a really good position. We've got a nice bit of or a nice area that I can now push back and forward with this and get this all done. And if we get enough sunlight, we might actually be able to get some lime put down today as well, which would be very good. But until I've got this done, I can't do that. And it might take us until the early afternoon to get it done, or sorry, the late afternoon to get it done. But getting the lime around shouldn't take us too long. So I'm very much hoping that we're already up to 80%. So I'm hoping that we can get this all covered and doing, and then yeah, get a little bit of lime on the field before we get any more snow over the winter. Because if we can do that, nothing else really needs doing until the new year. Possibly sorting out field 88 would be good. But at the moment, the only outstanding job we really have is to get the combined field 103 and 31 limed. Grass is getting a little bit close to the end, my liking, so I'm just gonna sprinkle it back up the actual clamp a little bit, just to make sure everything stays within the clamp. Not too difficult. We want to just get a little bit in the bucket, sprinkle it as we go up. Also speeds up the whole process a little bit, because it allows us to then easily compact a bit more. Yeah, so just grab a little bit before it starts to pile up. Just do that. We're at 98%. Want to sort of smooth those bumps in the middle. 99%. I want to get rid of that gap as well, because that will just cause us problems. There we are. Oh, was a little bit of a bump. A little bit of a bump up here. Yeah, I'm going to smooth that out a bit as well before we complete this. So grab that and just smooth it up. And then out and back. You can see it's sort of leaves it as it sort of goes between 99 and 100. But once it's out, we can just run over this a couple of times and we will get to 100% compacted, which is where we are. Perfect. Right, so just get rid of these last couple of bumps. We'll back this off and we'll get it covered. And that then is our silage ready to go. So let's get this covered. So blanket that. Yeah, we got 224,584 litres. Yes. And there we go. There's our blanket on the silo. Very interesting new blanket design. I like that. That is very cool. And yeah, that is going to be our feed for our cows in the new year. And we've got a second silo there. So we'll be able to sort of move forwards with that. Right. It is 4:30 in the afternoon. We still have some sun in the sky. So I think we'll drop this off and we'll hook up our lime spreader and we'll see if we can get some lime on the ground and get ahead on that job as well. I'll grab these bags of lime out and position ourselves there. Start up the 7810 and we'll take that for our spreading. This will be a better tractor for that than our slightly smaller horsepowered one. I do think I want to get another tractor one level above this, and we'll see what eventually comes up. Something just over 200 horsepower would be nice. Possibly something a little bit more modern, but either way, it should be good. The sun is beginning to set now, so I'm very aware that we need to get onto this job fairly quickly. Let's get that into forwards. Load those up. Whoa, and overshot slightly. Back. Yep, get that emptied out. And then we've just got 2 more bags to load in. I am wary of the weather coming up. In fact, let's just have a quick look. We've got a little bit of snow coming in the early hours, and possibly more snow tomorrow. But the temperature is actually going to stay pretty well above freezing for the next couple of months. So we might manage to get more work done in the next couple of months than I was expecting. If we can get field 88 sorted, that would be amazing. What I will probably do, though, is jump forward to January next, and we'll see if there's anything that we can do in January, rather than spending too many episodes going across the winter. Definitely losing the light now, but this should give us a full trailer on here. In fact, yeah, we got 10,000 litres and that trailer takes 9, so we've got a little top up if we need it. We'll put that all on the ground and turn this off. And I think we're going to need our fieldwork lights all on for this job. Thankfully, we've already got a little bit of the field done, so I'm going to pick up from where I left off on that. Let's get this on. Yeah, that's all good. Steering assist, all good. Right. So we'll start ourselves off here. Oh, and we are going to have to overlap. So, yeah, away we go. And hopefully there's enough to actually get this field done. Got the first headland nearly done, and we are down to only 2/3 left in our machine. That is not encouraging. I kind of want to not get a second headland done with this. I think that is actually going to be counterproductive. I don't think we need to. Also looks like we're going to be going into the night with this, basically until I run out of the lime, I think is how it's going to go, because we definitely do not have enough to finish this field. So let's drop the lime spreader off. We'll pull this up. Oh, we need to reconnect it. There we go. And then pull this up because we want to reset this down to a single headland. Okay. Right. And then I'm going to follow this course and get this done. Yeah, we are going into the evening. It is 10 to 6. But I'm going to keep going until I have used up all of my lime. I'm actually slightly surprised at how far this lime is going. We have, well, we've got 40% left, and we are probably about halfway through the field. This tractor is struggling in places, and of course we use more lime in the places where the tractor tends to go a little bit slower, but in general it's holding up and it's moving and it's getting the job done. I am down to my last 2%, my last 200 liters of lime in this trailer though, and we've still got 2 bags left up at the farm. So yeah, we've got this little section of field here where we've run out of it on, and we just need to go and refill the last 2 bags, but we have plenty to actually get this field finished with. So I'm very, very happy about that. I think we've only got a couple of patches we've missed. Let's have a quick look at this and see where we are. Yeah, here we are, lime. Yeah, so there's a few patches sort of around the field that I can get patched up and sorted, which won't take me too long. But all in all, we have enough lime to get this done. And that's actually been turned out to be a really productive day. I thought the snow was going to get in our way more than it has, and it hasn't. So yeah, this makes me very happy. We have moved on. Now, I'm of 2 minds as to whether we are going to stand around in winter and do stuff. I think it will partly depend on what weather we get. We're definitely going to jump forward to January. We might jump as forward as far as March, or we might just end up in February, depending on how everything is. But right now, I think we're in a really strong position going into the new year. We've got 22,000 in the bank. Oh, we do have to sell crop. So we're going to be selling crop next time. We've got some of our crop at best price right now. Our canola, it's only £10,000 worth. Has dropped just below best price. And our oats are going to hit best price next month. And so is our other crop. We did have another crop. Yeah, wheat. Here we go. Which is only worth 4,000. But yeah, I think we're going to be doing a bit of a sell-off and a bit of field preparation and purchase. I'm just going to park this in here for now and go and get this field finished. We are about to load up a load of crops into our trailer. In fact, I'm going to start with the oats. We've got 10,000 litres of those. And that is because we've entered into January and we've hit best price for the oats, which is our biggest amount of crop. We also got the canola prices dropping. And we've got the wheat as well, which is sitting up there at its best price. So seeing as two of our crops are around about their best price and the canola is down a little bit, we're going to be getting those sold today. So let's head out. Where is the best place actually to sell the oats? We need to come across to here and select oats. And that is going to be... 1,139 at the Vosges Cooperative. So we will tag that. And that is not too far from us. So should be pretty quick for us to get these sold. I'd also like to get the scrap ground that we're going to be doing, that we're going to be putting our vineyard on. We need to get that purchased. We also need to start working field 88, I think. I want to split that up and sort of get that lined up. If we can get all of that done today, while we have a pretty good day here in January, I think we're going to be able to just skip forward straight to March and get our teeth into getting the spring crops in. This sell point is just the other side of the shop here. And I'm guessing that either of these are good. Oh, it looks like one of these, yeah, one of these is a loading bay and the other of these is a selling bay. So that's fine. So we should be able to tip these here. So these oats should bring us in about 10,000. We should end up at about 30,000. Also want to have a quick look and see if there are any good... Wow, there's a harvesting contract for barley over on field 9, which is very interesting, and a plowing contract on 55. We got 11,855 from here though on this contract, so on this on the oats, so that's really good. We're up to 31,977. Let's go grab our canola, see how much that sells for, and grab our wheat and see how much that sells for. So let's load up with the next crop, and that is going to be the wheat. We'll start with that. Only 5,600 litres of that, so this isn't going to make a massive amount of money. Before I check this, I just want to make sure that our chickens have plenty of food. I think we should top up the chicken feed first then. And getting this trailer in that back shed is a bit of a pain. In fact, I've got a better idea. Where is my telehandler? We'll take a bucket full of grain out of this. This will be about half of our grain, half of our wheat. But that should be enough to keep us going for a while. In fact, the wheat price is pretty dire at the moment, I think. We have a look at this. I know wheat is fairly good. How much to buy a thing of chicken feed on here? Let's have a look down here. A big bag of chicken feed is 1,005. So it's about double the price. But I think based on what we have, we might be all right. I think we might make it to harvest. So if not, we will have to buy a single bag of chicken feed. And yes, that probably is not a great way to go, but I could do with the money right now rather than worrying about it too much. And the chickens seem to be doing absolutely fine for now. And the Vosges Collective or Cooperative is the best place to sell this. Yeah, Vosges Cooperative is the best place to sell this. And so we'll bring this in. I'm only expecting about £4,000 off of the wheat. We don't have a huge amount of it in our trailer. Out it comes, and there we go, 4,131. So pretty spot on for that. Just the canola to go. So round here we come. We will grab the canola. So refill that. There it is. 7,139 litres. And the best place to sell canola is here at the Thefisherj mills. And you can see the price is dropping considerably now. So let's tag that. And which direction that is? That's that way. So we'll see how easily we can get to that from here. Don't think that should be too difficult. But back out on the main road, and yeah, the cars are fairly brutal on here. They don't stop for anybody. And this is our first visit to the big mill on this map. Absolutely amazing building this with the big water wheel. But we're gonna get our first drop off, our first sale here. But ideally, we want to eventually own this. Now, I do have the rental of productions available. I have that mod enabled on here because I think this might be quite an expensive building to get. Let's tip this into here. But this will do oil and it will do flour. And if we have a look here, if I was going to buy this, it's 350,000 to buy this mill. To lease it would be £958 per day. So we could lease this and run our stuff through it while we were leasing it, which might be interesting. Just sort of get some output from it. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Let us know down in the comments. We've got about 6 months. To handle that. That was one hell of a ram from behind by that car. Sheesh. And then on the right hand side here, this is gonna be the land that we're looking to buy over here. Overlooking the mill, overlooking the viaduct. Actually quite a big bit of land when you look at it. We want to clear all these trees off. So what I want to look at is how much money we'd need in order to clear these trees. I would have thought that most of these, if this is part of the land, yeah, we would get a fair amount of money for wood chips off these. Wood chips at the moment, how well are they selling? So they are selling pretty much at peak. So it's a bit of a cliche for me at the moment, but I think this area here, we'd probably be better off getting a wood chipper, chipping the trees on here and clearing the area. I think would be a really good use of our time. What do we have in the way of wood chippers and how much do they cost to lease for the day? Forestry stuff here. There we go. Wood chippers. There's the Heisermat. Now this would require 150 horsepower to run, which we actually have. We have 150 horsepower, so I could run this. And to lease this, that would cost us 5,000. As long as we made more than 5,600 from the wood chips on here, that would be grand. So first things first, we need to sell off field 25. We've had this sitting around a while. We don't need it, so we're going to sell that. That will give us 62,676, which is great. That puts 107 in our bank account. That then allows us to purchase this area here, both sides of the river this is. So if we buy that, that's 78,000. So yeah, we will purchase that. And then, as I said, I think we want to turn this, because it's a sizable area, but not too big. We want to turn this into an area where we can plant some vines and make a mini vineyard on the farm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this trailer here, and we'll get a chainsaw. We will get a we'll get a wood chipper and we'll just chip the trees on this side here and make a little bit of money off those. I wouldn't do it if I owned a forestry area, but we are just clearing things up. So that to me makes a lot of sense, to grab us a wood chipper and get these trees chipped down. So up to the shop, let's pop in here, grab ourselves a wood chipper, and we're gonna need a chainsaw as well. So into the shop over here, and so yeah, as I said, we need a wood chipper. So we will put the BKT tires on this. I'm not going to put manual discharge on it. And then we need to select someone for the number plate. And congratulations to Warbone Nick. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and Above Levels patrons and YouTube channel members. And your name is going to go on the number plate. Missing off the second K, unfortunately, but otherwise fits on there nicely. And with that, we are going to lease this because there's no way we can afford the 110,000. That's going to cost us, as I said, 5,610. And then I also want to grab a chainsaw, and I'm going to go for the style on here. Yes, please, that as well. And there we go. Oh, I'm right in the tractor. So we'll... wow, that's the spawn point for that. You spawn into the tractor once you've been buying stuff. Now, I should be able to, I think, put that there. Does this have somewhere for me to stow my... No, I thought it might have somewhere for me to stow my chainsaw. I thought it did. It doesn't seem to, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. There probably is somewhere and I'm missing it. I'll find it when I'm down at the field. We've got the chainsaw on us though, so let's head down there and start clearing off these trees. So let's get this... Oh, we want to turn this round and get it round the other way. We'll unfold it, get the auger out as well, or get the pipe out as well. Over our trailer. I don't know how much they are going for. Are we nearly 1,000? Yeah, we are nearly £1,000 per 1,000 litre on here. So that is perfect. Start it up. Right, and then we'll cut our first tree. This is not something I plan to do as a regular thing on here, but this does afford me the opportunity to do a little bit of this. It'll bring in a decent amount of money this first year, which is quite useful. And these trees will be fairly heavy, so I think we'll have to cut most of these into parts. Also, it gives me a chance to try out the new tree collisions that came out in the recent update. I think 1.5 or 1.6 did some stuff with the tree collisions, which is very cool. Get rid of that one, and we want to cut off this one as well. Yeah, so I'm going to cut all these branches off here, and we will get this sorted out. So I've gone along and I've chopped all the branches off. We just need to get all the twigs off them because it makes it easier to see things. But in general, this tree is ready to, well, the edge bits are ready to sort of be fed into our chipper. Hopefully most of these I can pick up, and that will go in there fairly easy. This tree on its own should bring us in about 16 grand. The whole thing here, we could be looking at somewhere around 50,000 to do this. So part of the reason for doing this is actually because it will fund getting the vineyard set up just itself, which is the big thing. We have a whole load of stuff that we're going to have to purchase and pick up in order for the vineyard to work and get done. And yeah, so this is why we've got to cut these trees down, partly for that reason and partly because they are in the way. So it's really a 2-for-1 that works out very well for us. Last one of the branches, and that's in. How full is that trailer? Let's have a look. Not telling me. If I come over here, we have 3,689 wood chips just from the branches of this tree. That's really good. Right, so we can't cut it like that. We can cut it like this. And I think if I go like this, and then we slice it down the middle like this, and then hoping that either I can pick it up like this or I can slice it into 4 pieces. This is 1.5 meters in length. It's 567 kilograms at the moment. Right, that's sliced in half. Let's see if we can pick that up. Yeah, we can. Perfect. So we angle that around and try and get this vertical like that. We should be able to slot this straight in here. And there we go. And how much does that take us up to? 5,212. Yeah, there's quite a lot of wood chips in all of this. That was over 1,000 liters of wood chips just in that one slice. We are definitely going to get a full trailer off this. Up to 6,700. So yeah, about 1,200 liters in each of those bits. That is quite impressive. Last section of tree, and I'm not using super strength here. I'm just incredibly strong. 572 kilograms this bit, and this actually will take quite big chunks of tree in it. Although with that extra bit at the top there, that is not really helping. So just cut that off, and then the whole thing will go in. Not overly health and safety. And I think we got a full trailer there. Yes, we have 18,500 liters. So we'll turn that off. Unclip wood chipper. There's some wood chips still left in the wood chipper. That's okay. We're going to cut the small tree there next. And I think we're going to take everything this side of the road. So we're looking pretty good at the moment. So let's come into here, actually. Will it show me wood chips? No, it won't show me wood chips here because they're all in my trailer. So if we have a look down here at wood chips, 975, 982, 999 there at the landscaper. So nearly £1,000 per 1,000 liters. That also is not massively far from us, only 360 odd meters. So we should be able to get this tipped and back fairly quickly. And this immediately, this first trailer doing one tree is going to pay for our entire rental of that wood chipper. The price of wood chips over the winter does just make this a very viable thing over the winter to do. It is just pays so incredibly well. The wood chips go in there. Let's dump those. We're expecting about 18,000, 18,500 if we're lucky. In they go. Not sure how I'm going to get out of here. I don't really have enough space to turn around at the moment. We're going to have to pull forward a little bit and then back out. And that is done. There we go. 18,479. So yeah, just shy of £1,000 per 1,000 liters, and that number is still going up, which is just brilliant. We'll bring this back under the wood chipper, expecting to get some wood chips out of it as soon as I turn this on. I'll drop that off there. It's found the trailer again, which is good. And hook it up. There we go. Turn it all on. And there's, yeah, a fair amount of wood chips. How many did that drop out? 2,300 litres of wood chips were sitting in that wood chipper. Wow. Right, we'll take this tree next. I expect to be able to basically pick this whole tree up in one go. Yeah, this weighs less than any chunk of the other tree that I was handling. So we'll get this straight into here as well. That is not actually going to give me many wood chips. And then we need to get this tree out, and I don't know, on the edge here. Yeah, I think this tree has to come as well. I think we're going to have to take this as well. So let's start with this one. We'll see how many we get out today. Certainly we'll take these two. And there is where we want to cut this. We'll clear as much as we have to off here, and as much as we can in the time we've got. It is already 24 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. We're not going to deal with field 88 today. I think we'll probably try and do that on a day in February and get that set up. For now, that tree is coming down and is coming down onto the other ones. So we've got to take this one anyway. Might as well take that now and get rid of that support crutch for it. And we might be able to pick this tree up ourselves anyway. Yeah, down it comes. Right, and oh yeah, there's a lot of excess bits on this, which we can cut off, but it looks like there's a few branches that need slicing off in order to get this one in. Yeah, it's 1.6 tons at the moment. There's no way we're picking this tree up. Seems earlier, I was mistaken. I did have super strength enabled, and there's no way I should have picked up the trees that I did. So yeah, I'm not that strong. I really should have just been dealing with smaller pieces of wood. So now I am. I can pick up much smaller bits, and this is a little bit more realistic. So yeah, just coming clean, and I am not that strong. I really can only lift about 100 kilograms at most of wood. But we've got the little tree out of the way fairly quickly. This is the last couple of bits of it, and then we can crack on with the large one. Time is going fairly well. I don't think we're going to get the last big tree out, but that's not a huge problem. I don't think we overly need to take that tree. I think clearing these ones out at the top here were the ones we really needed to do. And we'll probably get, whoa, well, we should get at least 40,000 litres off this. I think we're going to get, 40,000 pounds off this. I think we're going to get more. So let's cut these branches off. One thing I am slightly worryingly having at the moment is some errors. So you can see in here that I've got some red errors whenever I do this. I don't know if this is a mod I'm running. It seems to be a mission script that's causing it, but it's a really weird one. Every time I cut a tree though, my wow, I now got no collision on that tree. That's interesting. Yeah, don't know what's happening there. That's a little bit concerning. So I'm cutting these into much smaller pieces because obviously we can't carry as much as we were before. What I'm going to do, I think I still can't pick these. Yeah, I still can't pick those pieces up. So we'll cut these into wedges. Did this a lot in my live stream on the community multiplayer server. We had to cut these down a lot. It does mean things take that little bit longer, but we should be able to clear this off, and we'll make a load of money, as I said, because we are doing 40. We should do 40,000 litres easy. We've got. I think we're gonna do possibly double that with what we have left here to cut. These slicers should be small enough. Yeah, 282 kilograms. I'm hoping that cutting these in half means I'm going to be able to pick these up. There we go. And then one more. Through that there. And we'll see if we can pick any of these up or whether we need to cut this into smaller chunks. I think this one down here, I've actually cut it into a really small chunk and a much bigger one. Right, yeah, we can pick that up. So this slice can then just slot straight in here and see how much we're up to. We're coming towards the front of the, yeah, we're at 10,000. Another 8,000 litres can go in the trailer, and we're just getting in to the big bits of this tree. Last wedge from this bit, and we'll see where this leaves us. We are pointing towards the back. In fact, no, we're full. So, yeah, turn that off, disconnect it. That is, that's got some wood chips sitting in there as well. So this is our second trailer full. We are gonna have a third trailer full off here. And I think what I might end up having to do is, rather than do a day in February, we might do another day in January, finish this job off, and get the cultivator going on field 88, sort field 88 out at the same time. Because I need to get this tree cut, and there's not really enough time to do it in what remains of today. So back up to our sell point up here. I'm wondering if it's gone over £1,000 per 1,000 litres yet. Yeah, we have. We've hit exactly £1,000 per 1,000 litres. Wow. This just pays so well, wood chips. This is just off 2 and a bit trees. We have made nearly 40,000 today. That is quite something. And there's the confirmation, 18,502. Just slightly over £1,000 per 1,000 litres. And we're at 58,888. That is a cracking number. This means we should hit... Are you going to move cars? Nope. This means we should hit probably around about 80,000 today, once we get this final tree cutting in. And once we get to that point, we'll see where we are. And if we need to spend another day to get the rest of this tree out, we will. But I think we've probably done enough with this tree out to actually get the get to work on a vineyard here. We've got another tree there if we wanted to, but I think that we're not really in a position where we can take that out. And that one on the end there, very much optional, whereas the two here, very necessary. One thing I am going to have to do is get a much higher powered tractor and get these stumps ground up, because we don't have our tractor is not powerful enough to run the stump grinder. Sun is beginning to set now, and I've cut the next section of tree. Still quite a bit of tree to go here, and it's really, really good, this. I mean, we've only cut 2 trees and a bit. We're gonna get a third trailer full off here, and it is just gonna make us a ton of cash. Push that in. I will say, since the 1.6 update, trees much easier to get into the chipper. Even if we are getting that error when we're cutting stuff, that is a little bit weird. But the collisions definitely seem to be improved. And yeah, 2 more chunks and we will see how full our trailer is. It's not pointing anywhere near the back yet, so there's still a way to go. Oh, and this one is actually still too heavy. We cut that in half. Put 2 more chunks in. And then we can check it and see where we are. Last chunk. And in it goes. It's putting about halfway, so about 10,000. Yeah, 11,000 litres in there. Right, can I pick up any of these side branches? No, so chop that in half. And we'll get that in. Yeah, pick that up. It's got a little bit of, it's got a couple of branches hanging off the side, but it should be all right. So that can go in there. Yeah, there's still a lot of tree left. A lot of tree left. And you can tell it's winter because it's 20 to 6 in the evening. And it's just getting so dark already. To the point where, well, I can put the flashlight on. Which you can't carry stuff with the flashlight on, annoyingly. But we can put the flashlight on to see where we're cutting. I would very much like a helmet light cam. The the flashlight not being able to be turned on or being available when you're carrying stuff is annoying, to say the least. Right, stick that in. It's riding up. Let's try putting it in that way around. All right, it's trying to go in. Yeah, there it goes. Get the other one in. That's still too heavy, as is that. Wow, so difficult to get the weights of some of this stuff right. Oh, there. That'll cut down that. Put that back on. And yeah, I think we'll fill this trailer, and then it's going to be too dark for us to continue. I will have to make a decision as to whether we'll just keep doing this second day of January and whether we do that off camera. I'm half tempted to do it off camera and see where we are, because that is nearly a full trailer. 17,024. There's still half a tree to go. Yeah, but I don't want to do another whole episode on this, so we'll see if we can get this cleared up off camera before February. And then in February, if the weather's good enough, we might head into field 88 and get that done. How full is the trailer? 18,281. What have we got over here? I think this or that might do it. Let's grab this. It only needs less than 300 meters of wood chips left. There it goes. And that, I think, has done it. Yeah, right. So let's get the lights on. Turn it off. Unclip it. And this is going to be the last load I do today. Got a little bit more cleaning up to do on here. But that is one hell of a result. In fact, I think when we come back in February, we could very easily be at 100,000, which would be incredible. For now, we are earning £1,000 per 1,000 litres. We'll make another 18,500 off this, and it is gonna put us well over 80,000. Actually jumped forward to the second day of February here on Pallegney, because first day of February was completely snowed out. We'd been unable to have got any work done on the farm, so the farm's basically been shut down since middle of January. We have got everything thawed. We've got a nice sunny day. We're going to be able to get to work doing some cultivating on field 88. However, first, a couple of things have turned up in the shop today that are going to be very useful. We are up to 119,500. We were up to 120,000 last or the previous day, but of course, we got various bits and pieces to pay for at the moment. We've got a few bits and pieces leased. However, a couple of things that are going to be pretty useful to us going forwards have turned up in the shop. We've got a Galcomp slurry tank, field slurry tank, which is going to be really useful to us, and a Provertis MP122 Osea vine deleafer. Now those are both going to be useful because we're going to use this when so that we don't have to travel so far to spread slurry once we've got the cows, and this of course we're going to need for our vineyard. So we'll start with this, and we can put the Michelin tires on it. We can choose lots of main colors, but actually I think I might stay with the green in this case. So the standard green, and then we need to get somebody for the number plate. And congratulations to Analytical Farmer. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so I've got Analytical Farmer. I've basically taken out all of the vowels except for the A at the start. So we're going to go okay to that. Just check that that is on the back. Yep, there we go. And we will buy that outright for 15,437. Perfect. And then we've got the same here with this. We don't have a tractor to put this on at the moment. It's not going to take much horsepower, but we're just going to buy that at the moment because that is useful too. I'm not going to worry about getting either of these repaired. What's the damage on these? So 32% damage and 26% damage. So neither of them are particularly bad, but we can hook both of these up then and get them back to the farm. We're looking to split field 88 today and get it cultivated. I don't think we need to get any lime on it. I don't think it needs any. Yeah, 88 is actually fairly good. Yeah, no need for lime on 88. 32 is the only one that still needs lime next year. So we'll head back with these. This will be very useful when we're doing stuff away from the farm. And we need the slurry down there. We'll be able to transfer things without too much hassle. And hopefully reduce the number of times we have to go back and forth. I think we'll put both of these bits of kit down the bottom for now. So should be space down here. Yeah. Wow. Has that bottomed out? That might have bottomed out on that bit there. Yeah, it does. Just there. Oh wow, that's not great. Don't think it would have done better on the other side. So I'm just going to back this up to here. Looking at the size of the bit on the front of here, I think we are going to have to get our hands on a vineyard tractor. I was kind of hoping a little bit that that wasn't going to be the case, that this tractor might be okay. But even if I unfold this, yeah, that is going to be way too big for that. We'd have to create some really wide vines to be able to use this 3650 on that. So we'll drop this off here and then we will be ready to go and do the rest. I'm really pleased with this though. This is a nice cheap way of us getting ourselves set up. If we can just keep the stuff coming in on there, that would be brilliant. We also want to check if there are any contracts today. So before we get to doing our cultivating, we'll have a quick check and see if there's anything else that's available for us to do. So looking at the contracts, we've got a couple of sowing contracts. We've still got this harvesting contract up at field 9. I need to go and look at field 9 because this seems a little bit strange. But there's still to be a barley harvesting contract up there on field 9. Otherwise, not really anything for us to take. Yeah, there's an entire field of barley up here that is ready to harvest. That seems very, very weird. I kind of want to correct things. I think yeah, let's get that contract, get the combine up here and get this cleared. So whatever weirdness is going on this field, we can correct it. So we will borrow items for this. Oh, this is going to be worth nothing, this contract. Oh, we could use our own equipment though and save ourselves. Yeah, let's get our combine out. and go and cut this field. So I'll use the 3650 for this. It's not going to be used today. We weren't going to cultivate with this. We're going to use the 7810 to cultivate. So we can hook this up to the trailer, which is in the shed. We'll use follow me to get out there. Yeah, I was originally thinking I might put the header trailer up, but actually there's no reason to do that. We can hook that up to the combine and get the trailer out with this. This should give us an extra 5,000. It'll send us back over 100,000. And it's just a weird contract to be doing in February. This crop should have wilted months ago, or withered months ago. So yeah, did not expect to have my combine out in February. Not the most realistic of things, but you do what you're given, and this must be an experimental. That's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with an experimental type of barley that this is, and it's warm enough. It's 0 degrees C. Of course it's warm enough. No, it really isn't. This is not something that would ever happen in real life. It is a winter harvest. Right, and follow me on. That's waiting. Let's head off then, and we'll get this down the road, start up our beacons, and away we go. We just got to get out onto this road here without any traffic issues, which, yeah, there we go. We're on our way. I'm half expecting this barley to have disappeared by the time we get down here. He's still there. There is still a field of barley that's out here and that is ready to harvest. Yeah, this is just the weirdest thing. It would suggest that we haven't got seasonal growth on, but we absolutely have. Right, let's see if I can cancel the hired worker behind. Nope. We need to do that then. Do that. Because I need to get my combine, the header detached. Will that detach? Everything has stopped. Oh no, this is on follow me. Let's take the hired worker on. So the hired worker, the follow me, was following the tractor. It had got in a loop, which is not what I meant for it to happen. Right, let's unfold the combine, hook up the header, and yeah, I'm just gonna get a hired worker working on this. We'll keep that going then until it finishes. So start this up, put this down. I have access to this land. Right, and we don't want straw. We do want this to start with the hired worker and get going. And then we can just pull this tractor up here and we'll go back and look at field 88 that we are gonna start getting to work on. So let's go and hook up our cultivator onto this. Oh, we need some fuel as well. Need fuel on this already. I think we filled up the other tractor before, so we'll go refuel this before we get started. It has been doing quite a bit of work, this tractor, recently, and so yeah, does need a bit of a refuel. I need to work out where I'm gonna put in a pressure washer at some point. Oh no, here. Yeah, fill with that. Yes. I also want to turn that off while we're filling up. All fueled up. So let's restart it. Right, and then we can go grab our cultivator and we'll head down to field 88 and start getting that divided. So our wasteland area there is looking quite good. We still need to get a pretty big mulcher or stump grinder to fix that field and improve that. We could actually expand 88 up into there, but I'm not planning to do that. We might see where we are with the vines and maybe expand out this way a bit. If we took those trees out there, we could come almost this far and then just have the other half of this be a vineyard. But we'll see how we go for now. Certainly we'll expand from the house out to this way with the vineyard. Now this field here, I want to turn the tractor off, because while it's this short, this grass is going to be fairly easy to split this field with. So what we're going to do is from sort of about here-ish, I want to go straight across. So we're going to square this section off here and then take it across. Basically, I want to square off as little as possible. So it might be going across from, in fact, that tree there might give us a really good place to target. If I bring this around like this and we go a little bit further. Yeah, this is the controls on this, not great. So straight across from there, like this. Where's this bring us to? Really good, actually. I'm fairly happy with that. So we want to come into here. We want to go to painting. We are going to paint grass. We're going to enlarge this to a decent size. This sort of size should do us. That seems to be about right. So like that across there. Seems to be fairly straight and brings me to, ooh, misses the corner. So we want to go from here. Right, that's where we're going to go from. And straight across, hopefully with a fairly straight line. It's not perfectly straight, so we're going to have to just sort of keep it on the straight and narrow going across here. Which is fine. I want it wider than this. So this is why I've gone for the slightly smaller setting. That way we can clean up afterwards. And actually, that does take me to the tree. Perfect. So now we'll come back across this way. Like that. Give us a nice wide split between these two. Like so. Now, one thing I am going to have to do is put in a wider area, sort of towards the other side. We're going to have to put a dirt track in order to make it down to here. And then I need to make this a little bit less extreme in this corner. So I think I want to go for across from there, like that. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. And then I'm just going to put some bushes and stuff in here. Maybe a few rocky bits. Hit that down smaller. Yeah. Just a bit of rocky bit in here. Just to give a reason for that. And then we'll pepper that with some bushes as well. So, yeah. A bit less up the top and around the edges. Forest rock, forest stones, yeah. Just mix this in a little bit. Then I want to put some bushes in. Actually, we can put a tree in. We could put in... we got... Patio... Oh, an old oak. That's quite a big old oak in that corner. No. Let's see what we've got in here. Large cherry, iceboxer, old beech. Want something not too big. I say not too big. I think we're going to put an old oak in here. Like that. Yeah. Then we've got an old oak tree down by the river there. Looking fairly good. And we just need to get this river. We just need to get a roadway, really. So we can widen this a bit and give ourselves a path to get ourselves down to our little bit of green meadow. This should give us plenty of grass off the bottom bit here. And yeah, we'll just get a roadway in here then. So while we're making roadways, I might go and make all the roadways that we need to. So we want painting. We want dirt, preferably. Where is it? Mud light, mud pebbles, mud. Yeah, I think we want this. So switch that, and then we will take this up to a size that matches the road. I then want to bring the road down the side here, round the corner. I'm going to clip the side off the field a little bit so that we're able to get the roadway down the edge of the river. Be at a little bit of an angle, but that'll be all right. Yeah, and I'm just going to leave this as a bare dirt track at the moment. But what we will do as well... yeah, that's perfect. What we will do is just give a little bit of an edge here. So we want grass, fresh grass, clovers, grass. There we go. And then we want a very small circle. Just go down the edge here. Take and just give us a tiny little edge to this roadway. There we go. That is all done down there. And then over here, while we're making roads, we might as well get this roadway here done as well. So again, I want the mud light. I want that size, and we're just going to take out the crop around the edge of the field here. So out here like this, give ourselves a roadway round the edge of this field here, just to connect up our farm. Now we've got to take it out at the corner, down the side here, because it's got quite an angle on it going up to the side of that house there. So we're taking a little bit off this field just to give us a route to connect the two parts of our farm up. So, right, and then as we did before, a bit of grass, smallest possible, and going to take it around the edge here, take a little bit more off, and finish up the road. And then over time, I will probably add a little bit more to these roads. Slightly larger bit in the corner there. Just to add a bit of character in. But at the moment, I just want to get them laid down, and we can then go from there. And yeah, just connect the whole farm up. I'm going to take this little patch out at the end here just to even things up. There we go. That should do everything, I think. We'll put some pebbly bits in, and I'll go in and rework these a little bit more later on. For right now, though, I'm pretty happy with that. So with that done, and our new roadway in down here, you can see this is one hell of an angle down the side of this river here. We can start getting this field here cultivated, ready for resowing come the spring. So let's open this up, and steering assist. Yeah, look, our new field shape is showing. Really nice regular field, although slightly odd shape. Is all good. So start up my tractor. I will turn the beacon lights off, and we'll get started cultivating this field. This should now go pretty easy, I think. Although, yeah, I'm going to leave that first one because I think there's going to be a lot of overlap there. Start off on the second row here. And onward we go. This has gone really smoothly so far. We've got a very nice cultivation going on field 88. We're coming to probably about a third of the way through the field. We can no longer tell by the number that we have on the field exactly where we are. But in general, this is going pretty well. Combine's doing okay. It's over 60% of the way through the field. I think it's coming up to a fairly full tank. We will find out shortly. But it's harvesting that barley absolutely fine. Obviously, the moisture content in that barley is really high, so we won't get a lot of excess, but we will get about 5,000 off that contract, which is going to be a very nice amount for us. In fact, the combine is 99% full, so there it is. Let's go and empty this out. So I'm going to have to move the combine out of the crop. Although this is a contract and therefore we won't destroy any crop, it is obviously less realistic to drive into the crop. Although I don't know whether that's any less or any more less realistic than the harvesting barley in February. Bring this tractor here, grab the combine, hide worker off, back it up. Really hoping the hide worker is going to start back up where it left off. Get that emptying out. All of this field should fit into this trailer. I'm going to have to go and get those bits it's missed around the edge though, because every single grain of barley is going to count on this contract. I think you could definitely expand this field into where those trees are. Just cut them down and expand along the shape of the road here. Send the road a little bit further across, including the new road we have. That would mean we end up with a telegraph pole in the field. But I don't think that's a massive issue. We might actually end up with a couple of them in the field. No, we should be all right. But yeah, there's space at the top there to increase this field a little bit and bring it up to the edge of where we're looking to put the vines. So yeah, might be something to look at possibly next winter when we're seeing how we can improve the farm further. Progress is going well now. We are over halfway through this field, I think. Yeah, I think we've reached the halfway point, and we've got a decent amount of space to work with here. This field must be at least as big as field 32. I don't think it's quite as big as our biggest field over the other side. We're looking to probably plant sorghum in this field this year. It should be a decent amount that we would get off this with the I don't know, we could possibly plant no we're looking at planting oats over the far side and yeah, sorghum in here. So definitely going with 3 crops that we can do with our current combine. 3 crops that will do us fairly well, and going from there. Also stuff that we should be able to feed cows. We're looking at getting cows in the very near future now. We've got 92,000. We've got enough there to get the cows. The only thing that worries me at the moment is how much setting up the vineyard's going to cost, and that I think has to start happening next month as well. So we're looking at cows and we're looking at vines and spending a lot of money in the next sort of 60 odd days in game. Quite a nice relaxing job cultivating up this grass. I'm really pleased with this. This is working exceptionally well. Oh, it looks like the contract on field 9 has hit 80%, so that should mean that our combine is finished. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So let's start it up. I'm amazed that this barley has actually been able to be cut. Now if I go over this side of the field here, we've got a couple of little bits down the sides that we just need to clean up, and then we can transport all this back to the farm. I'm not 100% sure exactly where this has got to go. And I see on here, oh yes, down by the shop. So the other side of the shop, we've got to take this so we can get all of this equipment back to our farm and then transport the barley down to the sell point. So yeah, just a few bits around the edge, but this is at such a high moisture content that we need to make sure we get everything, otherwise it could give us a big problem. There we go. And last one. That goes there. Right. Turn that off and get our auger out. And yeah, all this should be able to get back to our farm and then we can go and deliver it. That there is done. It's all going to fit in the trailer. So I'll get a convoy going and get it back up to the farm. And then the last thing we'll do today is we'll get this all delivered. Positioning has worked out pretty well on here. We are on the final row of the main body of the field and just have the headlands to go. We are at 20 to 5 in the afternoon. So I'm very tempted at this point to see if I can get the hired worker to take over doing these headlands and seeing if I can get it to take over from this corner here. And if I can, then what we'll be able to do is go and tip the actual contract barley ourselves. So let's turn this on here. We'll get an AI worker working here just to get it to finish this field off. Seems to be repositioning itself a little bit. Hopefully not going to restart the main body of the field. That's exactly what it's going to do. Because, of course, what we need it to do is do headlands. So if I set it to do headlands first, that might actually solve this problem. Do the headlands, because we've already done the main body. You position yourself there. And surround just, or turn yourself around and in. Nope, you're still going. Right, we'll have to do this ourselves. That's slightly annoying. The hired workers in FS25 are great so long as you get them to do the whole field. If you are trying to if you're trying to do a job yourself and want the hired worker to take over, rarely does that go the way you want it to. And as a result, yeah, you end up with frustration like that. It is annoying. That is, I won't lie, that is very annoying. And I kind of hope that gets an update at some point. I could have just used courseplay on here. And I actually use courseplay a lot less with FS25 than I have in previous versions. Just because I find the high worker in general much better. But if you're going to do a mix, then yeah, definitely want to get definitely want to be doing it with courseplay because you can control it that much better. Doing these headlands hasn't taken too long. We've got one more row to do on this one, and then we've got just one last headland to do, and that should give us a good amount. Oh, well, that will do us. But what I think I'm going to do is probably just finish that up in a moment. I want to get the barley delivered and just see if we do have enough to complete that contract. We're very much in a position where that might not be possible. Doing a contract for harvesting at this time of year with the realistic weather on, that is a little bit of a worry. So now we'll find out. This sell point we have to deliver to is up here. This one in here, I think. I hope. Yeah, I think it's this one. We're about to find out. We're either going to make a load of money on barley or we're going to complete this contract. Barley has started emptying there, and it's completed the contract. Is it going to be enough? Oh, that's really close. Yes, and we made an extra £611, which is fantastic. So I'm going to head back to the farm. I'm going to complete the cultivating on field 88. And yeah, we have another 5,000, or we will have another 5,000 in the bank once I collect the contract. It's finally March. We're into spring. We're going to be planting the oats today. Those should go into our combined field 31 and 103. So I've hooking up my John Deere 7810 here. And I've been umming and erring about something that's come up in the shop that was just really, really good and so difficult for me to pass up. But it is going to take a significant amount of our cash. So we'll get this set up and going. If we come over to here, we want to set this to the oats. Oats should be the most profitable crop that we can do right now, I think. So we can plant oats at the moment. We can plant peas, but I can't afford the harvester. We can plant potatoes, spinach, sugar beet, sugar cane. Yeah, so exactly the same reasons. Oats is going to be the most profitable thing for me right now. So we'll come over to here and we will bring this up. AI worker is looking fairly good on this field. So we wanted to start with the up and down first, and I don't think there's a better angle this can do it at. I think the longest edge there is the best one, so we'll set this going, and that should be a pretty good setup for that tractor there. And while that gets started and gets into place to get working, let's take a quick look in the shop, and we've got this that's come up. It's a Valtra N series. It is 52% off. It has got blue wheel rims on it, but I think I would knock those down, back down to the standard white. I just think that looks like a much nicer setup on here. Sort of a bit of a Ford New Holland look to it. And other than that, I think that is just a very nice setup for us. It would give us 145 horsepower tractor over the current 116 we have on our other John Deere. So I think that would work. And it's going to be 59,000. So we should bet about half of this back if we sell our other tractor. So I think, umming and ahhing about it, I think I'm going to do it. It'd be nice to have a bit more of a modern tractor on the farm with a little bit more horsepower. So let's select somebody to go on the number plate. And the person picked at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members is Rob Mew, Rob MMU, which fits on the number plate really nice and easily. It's just going to do a back only for this. And then it fits on there rather nicely and doesn't do the strange split on the front. So that all works great. So let's buy that for 59,000 pretty much. And we're going to head over to the shop then with our old our old 3650. And we're going to get this sold. As nice as it was having two classic John Deeres on here, I really think that having something a little bit more modern with a little bit more horsepower will give us more options. The fog has come down really thick on Pallegney today. It is, again, one of those thick fog days. The sun is fighting to get through. You can see our brand new tractor over there, though. And we'll take this over to here and bring it into the shop. There we go. Oh, our 7810 needs fixing. You can see it's broken down in the middle of the field. So let's get this fixed up and sold. So we want to repaint it for 5,000. We'll get a little bit boost in the money from doing that. And we want to repair this as well. And it looks to me like the repair costs and the repaint costs aren't actually hitting at the moment. So I'll go back and review that, and I might remove those manually later. But yeah, I think we've got a bit of a bug in the game, so we will sell that for 33,884. Yes, okay. Takes us back up to 66,804. And then over here, we want to get this repaired before we leave. Yeah, its repair status is not great. So we'll get this repaired up as well. I really love the Valtra N series. It is a cracking little tractor. And is going to serve us very, very well on our farm, I think. So let's repair this up as well. I'm not going to repaint it. The repaint cost is massive. So I'll go back and, as I said, I'll review that as well. And we'll get that removed. I think that was about 3,800 off that should be removed. So we're actually closer to... I think we're closer to about 56,000, not 66,000. And we'll head back down to the farm and we'll go and sort out the 7810. So our brand new Valtra is back to the farm, looking very pretty. Liking this tractor a lot. We'll bring this round here and we're going to park it up. Hopefully it's going to fit in the space that we had for our previous tractor. Yeah, nice small tractor, this N series, so that will fit in our shed very nicely. Looking beautiful, actually. I like that tractor in that blue and white. Meanwhile, our 7810 over here is appearing very broken, so we're going to get the other tractor rolling stuff a little bit later. Let's start this up, and yeah, you can see the repair status of this. So if I head into our workshop, we'll get this repaired up. Again, I will have to go back, take note of the amount, and subtract that from our total. It's a little bit annoying because we nearly had 92,000, but I have gone and purchased myself a new tractor just to give myself that bit of flexibility. We're going to have to get a vineyard tractor at some point as well. So let's see here. Let's repair this 1,000. So I'm going to deduct 1,493. Yes. So we'll take that off manually. Minus 1,493 to keep things fair. And that has had that removed. And this tractor is now fully repaired, which is great news. And we can just set this going again. Meanwhile, I think we want to check and see if there's a contract going, because if there is, we can start making our money back and possibly start looking at doing the various, or start looking and see if we can get our vineyard restarted. These two here would bring in about 10,000. So we will borrow the items for the weeding contract on 33, which is right next door to our farm, and we will then just accept the contract on 84. So we'll send the tractor off to 84 first. Farmland 9 we haven't collected. This is the barley harvest we did last time. We haven't collected that yet, so we'll collect that now. That is all good, and then we can get this tractor started up and heading out. The fog should start clearing now, and it already has started to clear up a little bit. So starting with the field that we didn't hire the equipment for, you can see this field here, very difficult to tell the weeds, where the weeds are. So I'm just going to leave this running with a hired worker. That should work out very nicely. And then I want to look at how much it's going to cost us to start planting vines in here. We've got these still. We're going to have to borrow a whole load of, we're going to have to lease a pretty big piece of kit and clear these out, because those are just, yeah, they're not going to get cleared out any other way. So let's look at this. We're going to do a vineyard. We kind of need to do it down here. We want to start from about this position here. So let's just see how much putting these vines in is going to cost us. So we want to be in the cultivation part of the build menu. Yeah, we want to select this. And we want to go from down the side of the house here. And we're going to try and get on that line there. 1500 is there. That's fairly nicely in line. Let's go there. Right, how does our first set of vines look? We've got, we're nice and straight off here. We're running very straight down here towards the telegraph pole. We are stopping short of the telegraph pole, which will make things easier for us. But yeah, that's our first set of vines, and they're looking pretty good. We could go to 50,000 here and it not be, and have a decent sized vineyard in this space without a huge amount of hassle. Oh, collides with another item. This is where our first problem comes in. We have a stump here, so we do need to get rid of these stumps. I think we should go and grab some equipment to actually do that with. So let's see what the shop has on offer for us for this. So if we get this mulcher here, that to lease is going to cost us 4,564 plus 360 horsepower. We could do it with the Vulture. That is probably going to be our cheapest route, I think. And the Vulture, to get it up to that horsepower, is going to be the S376. To lease that is going to be 14,025. So we're looking at roughly 20,000 to get that. To have a look at the excavator tools, this is 23,000. So this is cheaper to lease. In fact, if we go into the mulchers category, yeah, we can see it here. Much cheaper to lease. So details on that, and if we lease that, that is going to be 1,173. Then the smaller Volvo would handle it. If we got the fast coupler on it and window stand and everything, and were to lease this, this is the cheaper way to do it. So that's what we're going to do. I am going to lease myself this Volvo, and to go with it, we're going to lease ourselves this head as well. And then when we're back out of the shop, we have got this setup. So yeah, we've got our Volvo here with the fast coupler head, and we have got the mulcher as well. So down and in and down and out. Couple that on, then we'll lift that up. Right, I just need to get this down to the field, and we can start grinding out those stumps. I've made it back down to my vines, and I've mostly managed to avoid the road. I had a little bit of a crossing up by the shop, but otherwise we were fine. So let's bring this up to here. We'll start up the kit. How do I? There we go. Right, let's see if we can get this down. Oh yeah, look at that. So just sort of wafting it over, this should get it done. I'm hoping. Oh, it's taking the ground out, but it's not taking the actual bit out. Maybe if we, yeah, if we go down here, no, we're down as far as we can go. I'll change my camera angle a little bit, see if I can't get it to, there we go. So yeah, it really is a case of being careful as to what angle and everything we're at. Go, so there and down. There we go. That's got one. There's a few of them out here, so this is yeah, this is working really well. Across there, down. Brilliant. This is going to be a really quick job, and this is the thing, it's It's just such a great way to do this, and for a fraction of the price it would have cost us otherwise to get this job done if we'd got a more powerful tractor and done it that way. I think there's much more here. I think we've taken out most of it. There might have been one over this way, but I think we might be all right. Let's turn this off, jump out, and just see if there is. So this is, yeah, this is the area where we are mulching the ground. I think we might have got them all, because there weren't that many down here. Nope, I think that's got them all. So that has been really quick and really useful. What a cracking piece of kit. Absolutely perfect. Right, we can just leave this here, I think, for now, and we'll return it in a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to keep placing some rows of grapes, and I think we can probably get, well, I think we probably get 10 more rows in here, which would be great. That is going to be about 15,000. So that will then be, yeah, 15 rows of these is perfect. Now, I've come into a little bit of a problem here. We're getting very close to the we're getting very close to the water here. So I think what I'm going to do is we're up to 12 rows. So I think I'm going to do 13 as a shorter 900 here, 14 and 15. That fits in there quite nicely. We might have to take that tree out at the end. And then, yeah, we're going to do some slightly shorter rows, like 1200 here as well. So 3 shorter rows there. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, I would like to go to 20. Can we fit another one? We'll have to take that tree out there if we did that. Or this tree out here. But 2 more rows would go very nicely on here. We might be able to take that out with the wood chipper, actually. Or with the end here. Or just put in some shorter rows up here. Really depends, because if we were to extend the other field out, we would be extending up to here. So I think we'll go the other way and might take out the rows on the other side. Also, I think we might need to delete a couple of spots at the end. Yeah, we've got enough space to turn around here. But I think that is going to be a problem anyway, and this might be a problem. So let's just cut these trees. We can move these trees by hand, and we can get rid of the stumps using the using our excavator. Grab these. We'll move these out the way. So switch over to here. Should be able to pick these, yeah. So we'll come and pick these up in a bit. Might be able to actually just cut these up into smaller logs and go and deliver them rather than having to chip them. And I'll go and get the excavator down here for this. Before I can do that, though, the boater has finished its work on field 84. So we need to get this back to 33 now and get that working. Should be fairly easy to get this into place. And it's a pretty quick journey over to field 33. In fact, I'm going to drive straight past the farm and we will get at it from the main road here, as there's a fairly easy access. Our John Deere, you can see our John Deere is doing pretty well actually on our combined field. So this is the field here. Yeah, the John Deere is going very well. Right, and we'll set this off here. I'm slightly worried. No, let's not. Let's pull this forward. There we go. Now that's not going to hit the telegraph pole behind us, which is good news. And we'll leave that going. And then we should be able to get rid of these stumps here without too much hassle. Right, no. Finding the right place for it. Like, oh no, that has got rid of it. That has gone. Right, let's get this one here gone. That one's gone as well. Such an efficient piece of kit. Really love this. And yeah, we'll stick those on the trailer later and get them moved. At the moment, yeah, I want to get this out of the way because we now want to get the rest of this vineyard planted. I'm so happy that FS25 has a much cheaper planting for vineyards because, yeah, this is setting us up so nicely. So we can actually go, we could go a little bit lower here, but I'm not going to go up too much out here. I want to delete that actually. So enter demolition mode. Just want to take sort of, think we want to go like that and stagger this a little bit across there. That should work quite nicely there. And then we can add some more of these in here. Again, I think I'm going to go a little bit short here and enter demolition mode and just give myself a little bit more space. Oh, demolition mode and just, yeah, give ourselves a little bit more space around the end here. And then we can take this out to there like so. I think we can extend these a little bit further. Maybe not that one. That one's getting a little bit close to the end, but there, that can come out to there and give us a little bit more at the ends here. Like so. Yeah, happy with that. That then keeps us nicely clear of that pole there. We're nicely up to the edge here. We've got a good amount of space to maneuver there. We've got a good amount of space to maneuver there. In fact, I think we will take just 2 sections off that to give us a bit more maneuvering there. And that's looking good there. Yeah, I'm all happy with that. That is a sizable amount of vineyard that we have to work with now. And we just need the kit to actually operate it. So with that done, and I don't think us needing to actually get rid of any more bits. Oh, do you know what? I'm very tempted actually to pull the vineyard up towards the road here. We have a lot of space at the end and a lot of space to move. So let's just see. We're down to 27,000, but yeah, look at all of this extra space. We could go another... Yeah, we could go a nice little bit further. There we go. So send that to there. Yeah, there's space to extend this up to that point there, which is what we want to do. Get as much vineyard here as we possibly can. It will go up to there, but not on this row, I don't think. Yeah, there. Oh, wow. We can fit so much into here. That is fantastic. Yeah, not that row. Next row, we can go... I think we're good going this sort of distance here, and then we'll leave a good amount of space around that tree. And everything's looking really good. Look at the size of that vineyard. That is just perfect. Exactly what I wanted. And now we'll be able to make a decent amount of money off there as well. So time to return the Volvo, I think. I think this has served its purpose. We're not needing it to sort out any more stumps. And yeah, 13,000 for that rental. That was an absolute bargain. And we'll get a lot of that back, actually. If I have a look at my vehicles, I think if we... So returning this, yeah, we're gonna get a lot of the leasing cost back, which is brilliant. So if I return that, yes. Okay, and I return this. Yes, okay. We got 5,670 base cost return. So we're back up to 30,000 with that as well. I love the extended leasing mod that we've got on here. Absolutely perfect. So yeah, there we are. 30,000 in the bank. Looking really good. So that just means that the seeding needs finishing on here, and we might as well save ourselves some cash by taking this over ourselves. I can't believe how foggy it still is at 10 to 3 in the afternoon. We still have a decent amount of seeds in here, which is great news. I am on the steering assist. We'll turn the lines on so I can actually see what I'm doing. Turn this on. And yeah, away we can go. And the advantage of this piece of kit, of this seeder, is it has a power harrow on. So it's breaking up these plow furrows before it seeds them. Oh, in actual fact, I know what we need to get going behind this. So let's just stop this for a moment. We might as well get our brand new Vultra following us behind now that we're most of the way across the field, doing the rolling, which is also stored in this shed. Yeah, and that's this is the job that 3600 would have been doing, and this is going to look really nice on this Dalbo roller. That is, if we can get it round to an angle where it's actually going to connect to it. There we are. No, oh, it had it for a moment and then it moved. There it is. Right. So yeah, we can get this started following behind us and rolling in the stuff that's rolling in what we've already planted. So we'll check the hired worker. I think this is, yeah, this needs lifting. There we go. Perfect. Right, up to this field here. I'll have a look at the track it's going to follow, which is going to be the same. Perfect. So yeah. Okay, start that off and we'll get back to the 7810. So we should finish this well before the rollers get anywhere near us. The rollers are doing 2 headlands. I think we're doing 3. Yes, we're doing 3. So that should be fine. That's just under 6 meters, and we are. So that's going to be doing nearly a 12-meter headland. We are doing a 9-meter headland, so it should be sitting well within our within the headlands, or when it's doing the field, which is perfect. Right, let's keep on and get this finished. Not many rows to go, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, yeah, about 6 rows to go by the looks of things. I was actually wrong. We're doing 4 headlands, not 3, so it's going to be fairly close. I'm not sure whether that's sitting inside it or not. This is the final row for the main body of the field, so we're going to go back to near the main farmyard and start the headlands from there. So let's lift that up, turn that off, and yeah, looking pretty good. I'm happy with our progress. We're gonna have all the oats in today. We should have the weeding contracts completed today. We should have this all rolled in as well, and I think we're gonna be in a very favorable position to actually go forward to April. Now. Our silage is also done, so in April, I think it's going to be time for us to get our cows and get them started up. So I'm looking forward to that. We're going to have some cost layouts with that as well, though. We're going to need something to feed the cows. So we're going to need some sort of feeding wagon. We're also going to need... actually, no, I think that's, other than buying the cows ourselves, I think that's going to be it. We're going to have... It's going to cost us about 30,000, though, just to get the cows. And that's the first bit. We should have nearly 40,000 by that point, but to get the feeding wagon as well, the feeding wagon is going to be fairly expensive on its own. So I'm going to need to find the money for that. We might have a month, we might finance that and see if we can do contracts enough to keep the money coming in to cover that. Of course, we've got a lot of other financial stuff that we've got to cover over the next year. So having that burden might be a problem, might not. If we can make enough in cheese from the milk every month to cover the cost of the feeding wagon at the very least, that would be a fantastic start. We're also going to have to work out where to put a grape factory, because there is no vineyard on here. There is no grape processing plant. So a grape processing plant is something we are going to have to place ourselves when the time comes, which is going to be fun, because we'll have to build that in. And we might, there's an area at the corner of this field actually that would do us fairly well as a flat area to place processing stuff. There's a couple other places as well, so we're gonna have to have a thought about that too. That is a way off yet, though. Weeder has finished, the Kubota is all done, so we can collect on those contracts. So that's 33 and 84, well over 10,000 for those two. Perfect. It's just gone 6 o'clock. Lights have come on the tractors, and yeah, we've got 2 more headlands to go. We've got plenty of time to get this done, but we're working our way across. So the oats are going to get in. Next time we're gonna get our cows and get set up and hopefully get some cheese production started. For now, though, I think I'm gonna leave you guys on the farm here today, and we will pick it up in April. Thank you for watching. I hope that you've enjoyed this video. Please give it a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Huge thank you as well to all of my patrons and channel members. These videos are only made possible thanks to your support. If you want more from Virtual Farmer, please check out the videos on screen now, or subscribe for more. And I will see you next time.